Yes, it's number one. It's Top of the Pops. Jimmy Savile.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How about that? Welcome to Top of the Pops. We've got everything for you tonight. We've got prizes. We've got pink elephants from Leeds University. We've got bears from Broadmoor. We've got all sorts for another edition of Top of the Pops.
I just want to make a film of it. On film, I'd like to kill Jimmy Savile. I think he's a hypocrite. I bet he's into all kinds of seediness that we all know about but are not allowed to talk about. I know some rumours.
That is supposed to be me. What did I ever do to you that you would draw that picture of me? I'm not in your world. I'm not constrained by anything. Let me tell you, you really are missing something. In fact, you're missing everything.
Haunting. That intro was fucking haunting.
Yes. Welcome, everybody, to the show. I am Tomcat, a.k.a. Tom Thompson. Let's do a little intro. I'll take out my my very gnarly teeth for the little bit of the intro. Everybody, welcome. This is one of our biggest deep dives we're ever going to do, but who knows down the road. But this is definitely one of the most disturbing. As I said, I am the reptilian, and I'll be playing now a character very soon. But who else is joining me on this deep dive into a British horror story, you could say?
The absolutely haunted and disturbed and frightened Reverend Kaiju.
And I'm just plain old Sir James Wilson Vincent Savile.
So out of our, maybe not the greatest idea, but I don't really listen to good ideas. I just do things because I want to do things. And essentially for this episode, we all decided to kind of dress up a little Jimmy Savile-esque.
No. We didn't all decide. Let's make this abundantly clear. This was Tom's idea.
No, it wasn't. This is a lie. It was Aaron's idea. It was Tom's idea. It was Aaron's idea. He is the one that put this seed into my mind and said that it would be quite like a dark satire kind of humor to all dress up as a caricature of this mass pedophile, molester, sex trafficking psychopath.
Can we just call him a monster? Can we just not give him any other labels other than just a fucking monster?
Yeah. I don't know, like even this episode name, I would think the British I'm trying to think of like a different kind of style in that, because he's a complete psychopath, narcissistic wizard. So
he is the demon that lives in children's closets. Like he was, thank fucking Satan that he is currently rotting in the ground. A walking, waking fucking nightmare.
Or is he? Or
maybe
is he
not
hanging out with his lizard buddies?
By lizard buddies, you mean, wherever the fuck they're hiding Epstein, then yeah, probably.
So for the audio listeners, obviously I'm going to say that this one, it's going to be good on both ends, but we're going to be showing some clips and pictures, and we're going into a very deep dive. This is going to be fairly long, just so everyone understands where we're going for this. And we're not meaning to, people get offended by everything. So I'm sure some people will find this offensive of us dressing up as a caricature of this psychopathic pedophile, but it is more or less dark humor. It's satire, because I had the whole point of saying like that. The whole joke of this matter is that that this went on for so long and nobody said anything, even though there was all this evidence to point that this guy was a mass molester, if that's a thing,
people were literally calling him out since the start.
Yes, and we will get to that when we get into discussion. Yeah. So, for everyone listening, I have a ridiculous white wig on. It actually went perfect because it's from my Santa costume, from the Christmas special, and I just cut the bangs, and it actually kind of worked perfectly. I got the Aussie glasses. I got my cigar. I got this goofy leather vest, and I tried to find this a bright shirt that I could. And this is like a neon green shirt, and I really was trying to look for like an 80s tracksuit. And I sent you guys a picture. I was out at at like a antique store, and I found one that literally was like something he would wear. It was perfect. It is $80, and I was like, no, I'm
That
good
weird
with my
'90s
$4 vest.
windbreaker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like perfect, exactly what he would wear. And
for our
right,
audio
people-
listeners right now too, do yourself a favor, stop and go over to YouTube and just watch the video to take in all of the offensive glory that you're missing with just hearing the audio.
Yeah, we are not here to please everybody. Okay, that's just what I'm gonna say off the hop. We're not here to please anybody.
You're gonna say it off the hop, but are you gonna say it off the top of the pop?
Top of the pops.
Nice, I like that. I don't think this is going to please anybody.
No, this isn't even self-indulgent. We're not even happy with this.
No, this is going to be a quite a dark road that we're going to travel down. And now then, let's get to the episode. That was that's what I kept practicing. I kept walking around yesterday because I tried on my costume and I was pretty stoned and having a gin and tonic, and I was like, and now then. Because we'll get into what that means, really. And so as we travel down this rabbit hole into the dark crevices of British history at the BBC, amongst the darkness surrounding Sir Jimmy Savile, knighted 3 times. We'll get to that in a bit. As we go through this, I'm gonna read off my thoughts, the things I wrote down as I watched the Netflix documentary. And it should be quite entertaining.
I was going to say, as if we needed more evidence that the British crown is outdated and needs to be, disposed of. This man was fucking knighted.
I don't know why we have a monarchy at this point. What do you think, Aaron? You're over on that side of the world.
Neither of you have a monarchy, right? Neither of you are under British rule anymore,
No,
right?
Well, Northern Ireland is the United Kingdom still.
Yeah.
So we lost.
And Canada is still owned by the crown, right? Because when Trudeau got sworn in, he was sworn in under the Queen and pledged allegiance to the Queen. I saw the video and I was like,
maybe then.
It's fucking
I don't
weird,
know.
bro.
You would think that
We're not a sovereign nation.
you guys would have just fucking ditched that shit like ages ago.
What are those teeth like?
I'm like it would have not worked, but I have it has like so I got these crazy looking gnarly fucking teeth, and they have a top and bottom, and you can actually like glue them into your mouth. But I'm gonna save them for a special occasion when I really want to eat some pussy raw.
Oh my god, you gotta be you gotta use those for when we redo Richie Ramirez, because those are perfect Ramirez teeth.
Yeah, his gnarly ass teeth. And that will be also another deep dive. And we're going to have to make sure to get Billy on that because, Billy has had just fantasies of lying in bed with Richard Ramirez. I love it because he's not here. So everyone, get your chomping cigars, get settled in because this is going to be a long one. Like, especially if you're on YouTube and stuff like that, watching this or BitChute or wherever, right? Grab yourself a drink, smoke a joint before this, like. You're going to want to roll up like, those joints, that joint that's in, I have an edible for later, like halfway through, but that joint that Chong pulls out when she just like,
La chinga!
Yeah. And then Chong's like, that's a fucking joint. It's like massive.
Oh, wait, that's my dick. Oh, here you go. I hope
Actually,
your dick's bigger than that, man.
Roll a joint the size of this cigar for this episode because you'll slowly want to smoke it through this entire episode. So, let's get in to Sir Jimmy Savile. I had so many pictures that I overloaded StreamYard where I had to like remove stuff to like put up some of the videos because there's just so many pictures of this guy that I just had to show because I think out of everyone that I've seen in history, he is probably one of the creepiest looking dudes ever. What do you guys think?
Oh, he looks like he should. He looks like what his crimes would you would expect someone to look like.
100%.
Like he fits the bill.
Like over here, I don't know if it's probably not the same on that side of the world, but and this is probably like this is not something to be proud of, but like definitely over here, I've heard people somebody says something creepy or there's somebody like around your maybe outer circles that's like noted as like a creepy guy.
Mm-hmm.
like I've often heard people be like, okay, Jimmy Savile.
Oh, so yeah, that's the designated insult is just, yeah, all right, Savile, settle down.
And to me, I feel like he is like a boogeyman where it's like,
Yeah,
the Savile man will come get you, and you're like, I'm gonna tell that to my kids. If you're bad, the Savile man will come into your room at night and he'll paralyze you and touch your butthole. This is gonna get offensive, just everybody, just so everyone's aware. Like, I want to make sure that everyone is lubed up and ready for the penetration, because it's gonna be pretty rough and long.
Aaron, 10 years from now, all right, or 15 years from now,
Yeah.
after Tom inevitably has kids in a year or two, and they murder him in his sleep, you and I are going to cover it on the Strange Brew final episode.
yeah. When they
Yeah.
get a Netflix documentary.
Yes, it's gonna be amazing.
We're
I'm
gonna
ready
get
for
free
this.
trips out of this, bud. I'm going to get to come drink with you in Ireland.
This is yeah, so we're gonna dive down a very dark hole.
Nice.
I hope I put enough weed in my fucking coffee. I might go get some Baileys and add it to my coffee just in case for that.
Yeah, I have coffee. I've set up like tons of water. I was actually thinking probably halfway through, maybe I'll grab a cider, because I feel like, and I was debating on last night if I didn't drink as much, because it seems like even on I was like, I'm not going to drink that much on the Dahmer one, and I woke up pretty hungover, and it was what it was, and I still brought my A game, but even this one, I was going to wake up at like, because it's very early when we're starting this, and I was going to have like a gin and tonic or something like that. I was like, maybe that's just to wash this down, because it's gonna be. I set up an altar. Do you like my altar?
Yes, your altar to death.
Yes. Jimmy Savile called his bed an altar. We'll get into that later. When a British TV and radio personality, Jimmy Savile, received his knighthood in 1999, many asked, what took so long? A beloved DJ, a BBC presenter, there was something about Savile's cigar-chomping, eccentric, on-air personality that put audience in the United Kingdom at ease. Yes, at ease, soldiers. In the eyes of
His
Savile,
soldier certainly wasn't at ease.
Never.
It was standing at attention the whole time.
Yeah.
Also, if your soldier stands at attention at any point in time in this video, go to the hospital. You're a sick fuck.
Get it chopped off.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the doctor. Get it chopped off.
Yeah, Tom's not in favor of gender switching, but in this case, he would be.
Yes. If you get a boner to this episode, you can become a woman now. So in the eyes of Savile, most staunch supporters and loyal followers, a knighthood was fitting for his career. That like he built himself up, helped so many people, and as a very public supporter of children's hospitals across England, Savile raised an estimated 40 million in euros, obviously 40 million euro, whatever fucking money.
Goofy money, 40 million pounds, because the euro didn't exist yet.
Yeah, 40 million pounds of dead children for various charities. Positive media attention followed wherever he chose to like volunteer and go. He shamelessly he persuaded in the trust of sick children and their families. In the process, obviously kind of swayed people, and we'll get into his magical powers that he might have. However, after his death in 2011, a deeply sinister side to his public persona came to light. A UK investigation found that Savile abused at least 500 with 2 zeros victims.
That's a lot of shit.
Yeah, throughout the course of his career, many alleged that the victims were between ages 13 and 15, but some were as young as 2 years old. That is disgusting.
Everybody have
the highest number, right? Out of anybody in history.
What about Epstein?
We don't know the full number.
The Battle of the Pedos.
Yeah. They both.
Can we put Duel of the Fates behind like a mashup of the two of them? Just
dun 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 dun, and then Jimmy Savile pulls
Star
out
Trek
a
music
massive
instead?
cigar.
What would Epstein's a plane? Like he just has like a plane sword that he's swinging.
Yeah, or like he throws planes like knives almost. Like that's his like, you know. And then he actually knocks down Tower 7 and nobody seems to know why.
It was Epstein and Savile. That's who took down Building 7.
So let's let's get into this. So many of his victims, yes, were very young. This guy was the sickest guy around, Sir Jimmy Savile.
It's weird
Top it up,
because
pops.
before we start recording, you were just talking about how much of a good guy you thought he was, and you said he's really cool and
Don't
sexy.
slander my character.
Yeah, wasn't it like personal hero? I believe was the term used.
And I heard the word cool and I heard sexy.
This wasn't my idea. Yeah, when I woke up this morning, I put on my costume. I furiously jerked off in the mirror. Furiously.
Yeah,
remember, people.
You do that anyways. You generally
just in
fill
case
a wine glass full of your own farts, and then you jerk off in front of a mirror while sniffing it.
Just in case. Take nothing seriously ever on this podcast. Nothing is as what it seems. Take nothing seriously.
Light that cigar right now, you cunt.
It would stink up my
so
house.
Chelsea can come in and just beat the shit out of you on air.
Yeah.
Are you still getting married after this?
Yeah. We'll see. This is actually what I'm going to wear to the wedding. And then I'm going to have an old lady knight me.
It's just the intro to Jim'll Fix It as the bridal march.
Yeah, like that.
Chelsea keeps it together and walks all the way down the aisle and then just fucking shanks you as soon as she gets up there.
Yes, and this was not my idea, but I've had this on the list for a very long time to discuss. Obviously, I first heard about Savile from my homie, my favorite guy in the world, David Icke. You guys know him. You guys love him. Yeah, that's who kind of really where I was like, and I was fairly young, probably in the age bracket of where Jimmy Savile would have loved me. When I found out about some of this shit, I was like 15 or 16. I think when I heard David Icke talking about this stuff, I was fairly young, and I was like, who is this guy? Because he was not, and I want Aaron to get into this, but he was not really, he's not popular over here. One of our big fans was in on, I did a little research party, which we will be doing more of that kind of stuff for the Patreon down the road. I was watching the doc about Jimmy Savile being a wizard, essentially, which is going to be a really fun time later on. And Dutch was like, oh, I've never really heard of him, kind of thing. And I've heard the name, but I've never really seen what he looks like. And then I was showing, we were watching the doc. Some of the fans popped in, and he's like, wow, he's a creepy fuck. And I'm like, yeah. And a lot of people over here might not even know of him. Other than with the Netflix doc now.
I'd never heard of him until the crimes became public information.
Yeah.
Oh, none of us wore our heavy gold jewelry. Damn.
Look at that hair. So not only did Savile,
I pulled a watch out and then a really shitty one of those arthritis bracelets.
Nice.
See, once again, Aaron, you are just upstaging all of us, and cheers to that.
You know what, right? I was going to put way more effort into it, and then the more I thought about it, I was like, because I at one point I had all the gold sovereigns, I had a big gold chain, I was going to buy the full tracksuit, and I thought about it, I was like, what does that say about me as a person if I put that much effort in?
Says you're awesome.
Also, apparently, we have to fight because, three stripes and you're wearing Puma. So
fuck Puma.
The Slavic rivalry runs deep on this show.
I know. Puma. I was I had it. Actually, it's too bad because I threw it out, but I did have a perfect bright blue Adidas top tracksuit that I've had forever, and I ended up getting rid of it recently, but it would have kind of went perfect for this. And I was searching through Value Village for I need a windbreaker, and I couldn't find anything that worked perfectly in the way, because I really wanted to pull off the perfect Savile with a beard. But and in all reality, should we be putting so much effort into
it shows the love and dedication for the show and the production value, not for this piece of shit.
No. It is satire, dark humor, and like I said, as people I did it, but as when people dress up like Dahmer or some sort of serial killer for kind of a dark joke, it's kind of the same thing.
And that's what we bring to the game here at Strange Brew. We will cosplay as these monsters as we talk about them. Why?
Yeah,
I'm still asking that question myself, honestly.
But it is the whole thing where, to me, it's playing on that he was such a character. That's why I think Aaron chose to really indulge himself into putting this idea into my head of dressing up like Savile.
It's crazy that you keep putting it on me. It's really strange.
What does the underside of the bus look like?
I'm gonna I'm going to leak all the DMs you sent me about how much you adore and love Jimmy Savile and begging the two of us.
Don't
You were like,
slander my character. What are you,
we
a
have
fucking
to
liberal
record
government?
this. Do you remember saying that? You were like, I need to record this. We have to record this. You guys are two pieces of shit. You better be ready to record.
That checks out.
Yeah, that's probably something I
back
said.
that tracks.
Because you guys are two pieces of shit.
Well, I mean, we
And
are
you
friends
love
with
Jimmy
you,
Savile?
so.
Yeah, so not only did Savile use his star power to prey on children, a network of fear reportedly, kept anyone from learning the truth about him until recently. And it's funny that it is crazy, and we'll play this clip to start it off. Is guess who called out Jimmy Savile a long time ago? And this was way
Are we going back to the
before.
David Icke thing, or are we going to the Johnny
Oh
Rotten thing?
no,
where he
David
called
Icke
him out?
called him out in 1998, and it was in his book. I'm pretty sure talking about Savile in 98, which is still he called him out, but people knew. I don't give a fuck. I like Johnny Rotten. He
John
called that shit out
Linden
in
he's
1979. I think they said that he called that out. That's fucking crazy. He was and openly said that, and obviously making the joke of we should kill these people and shit like that. In reality, he's not really wrong, because at the time he must have heard some horrific shit and was like, yeah, this guy is. I like how he's like, we all knew what that cigar muncher was up to.
Well, he said all kids pretty much knew about it too. So that goes back to our whole thing of him being a boogeyman, where it's like he hosts this show that you want to be on because it'll get you famous, or it'll get you seen, or you can be like, yeah, go to school the next day and be like, yeah, I was on Top of the Pops, blah, 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 blah. But you knew the risk of going on Top of the Pops. So,
Top of the Pops. I just love saying that. Top of the Pops.
It's a great name.
Top of the Pops.
I'm sure that fucking cigar munching cunt didn't come up with it, but
All right, Aaron, you want to take us in the backstory of this ultra creep?
Aaron's going to take us in the back room of this ultra creep.
Okay, so born in the Burley area of Leeds, he was the youngest of 7 children. He grew up during the Great Depression and later claimed, I was forged in the crucible of want. So a lot of people reckon that's why he indulged in a lot of the things he did, was because of his childhood.
Mm-hmm.
Like apparently his parents and shit were extremely broke. He references that a lot, actually. If you listen to a lot of his interviews, he references the fact that his dad, especially, he mentions him being extremely broke. And there's other quotes of him where he talks about I've never indulged in anything that's any good for me, and if I did, then I would stop as soon as I realized, like in reference to smoking cigars, cigarettes, drinking alcohol, eating fucking shitty, greasy fast food. He owned, at one point, I think he owned like 5 huge properties throughout the UK. And there's a famous interview of him. It's a lot later in life. I think he's about 80 years of age, and he's like, I never had a house with an oven in it, because an oven would mean that I would need a woman to use it. And doing that would mean that I would have to stay in a property for more than 24 hours, which I'm not doing. So he was like, my whole life is spent eating from like fast food.
It's a little sexist there, Jimmy Savile. A little sexist.
Which, and if all of the other shit didn't happen, cool. You're a fucking vagabond bohemian. I'm into it.
And we'll get into that too, because you always went around and said like, oh, I just drive in this caravan. But he definitely had homes. And was fairly rich even after he shouldn't have been, when he wasn't really doing anything.
You ever met a poor knight?
Yeah. Let's have one thought of when I was watching the doc. So we'll call this Tom's thoughts on the doc. I don't know. But it's gonna pop in once in a while. He called his pads, his homes, his bases, which is a little weird. It's his base of operation. It's going to get a lot worse as we go through this things that I wrote down. You'll see. All right, keep going there, Aaron.
So there's another thing, and I found this really strange as well. His mother believed that he owed his life to a Scottish nun, Margaret Sinclair, after he recovered from a suspected pneumonia, after his mother apparently found a leaflet somewhere belonged to her and then prayed to her that night, and he miraculously what what the fuck? So, like, for anybody that's listening to the audio of this, at any point if you hear that, like, you need, I think this is one of the episodes that you need to look at the video.
It's a watchable one. Yeah. This is,
Yeah.
Like, this dude is so freaky. It's actually unbelievable.
Yeah, because the way the StreamYard's set up, it's like the way the screen is, you wouldn't be able to see it, but I really wanted to have like his like eyes just creeping over the top of the screen, shit like that, and
oh, like Kilroy, the
Yeah.
oldest meme in human history. Just have it like,
yeah, it's
top,
good
yeah.
because his eyes and his like he constantly just fucking like eyes wide, like
Those
just
are-
that creepy.
do we know, was he on like coke or benzos, or not benzos, bennies, or any?
I'm
Like,
sure
he has amphetamine face like I've never seen, and
How do
I've
you-
known a lot of tweakers.
Who have you know? Amphetamine face, right? So, does the man you know? Did he have a small little mustache and yell a lot on his podium?
I mean, that's one of them. Yeah. I knew him because I'm actually 100+ years old.
So at age 18 during the Second World War, he was conscripted to work as a I think they used to call it a bevy boy or a bevin
Bevy
boy,
boy, yeah, Bevin
which
boy.
is basically young workers in the coal mine that were used to increase the rate of coal production. They were also the target of the general public, who seen them as cowards because they would choose that rather than
The war, right?
fighting the war.
Yeah,
Because it was seen as like, okay, well, if you're not going to be conscripted to go and fight in the war, you're going to have an equally shit time going into the mines so we can produce more coal and blah, blah, blah. While working there, apparently, so later on, you'll see he does a lot of work for like that spinal hospital and all these different places to do with like spinal research and stuff.
I
And
wonder
apparently
why.
it's to do with this. He said that while he was working in this mine, he suffered a substantial spinal injury, and he spent 3 years wearing a steel corset and using walking sticks.
So like a back brace?
Yeah,
And the polio sticks?
Yeah.
It is
apparently.
crazy because we don't really know how much of the truth this psychopath is saying, because he would say that he was in the war and that he got medals and all this stuff also. So he's went back and forth of his stories, kind of were a lot of these people like him, they try to cover their tracks in some ways, and they kind of like hide in plain sight and tell you fabrications, because then you'll really never know the truth.
I guess that is the thing, is spin the myth in your own way where you can control the direction that it goes. And while we know that that's not a permanent fixture by any means, that is definitely something that you can use to probably get around stuff, especially when you have protection from, the people that he had fucking protection from.
The royal family of incest.
There's a lot of people like want to know about his like how he started to get famous or whatever, and it's actually quite unremarkable, really. So apparently in the early 1940s, he started playing records in dance halls. And this was just something that he kind of fell into, like through somebody that knew somebody, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I like music, blah blah blah." I think it was kind of like one of those things where it was like, "Oh, why don't you have a go, like coming up on stage or whatever, or playing records or whatever." And just from there, he started to play like local, like little town halls and shit. And then after a while, he started to get more and more popular. And I think it was because he was so eccentric and like, I think
Weird.
like, he became just like the talk. People would go to his discos because they were like, "Oh yeah, that freaky fucking dude, that like crazy weirdo guy."
Wasn't he like loosely credited with inventing disco because nobody else was playing records in halls at the time?
He was supposed to be one of the first disc jockeys.
Yeah, that he was the first ever. Which I think was later proven false. There is somebody else actually who I think had done that before, but he definitely was one of the first. Also something that a lot of people don't talk about, and I think it just adds to like how weird and just like strange and bizarre he is. He was also a semi-pro sportsman.
Yeah, I know.
Competed in the 1951 Tour of Britain cycle, And the weirdest one was, and it's on screen right now, he worked as a fucking professional wrestler.
Good God.
Here comes Jimmy
What was
Savile.
It was his finishing move, the finger up the bum, or like.
And I think that he used to call it the oil check.
Yeah, checking the oil.
So here's a quote from him about that. And again, it's just like,
do your best Savile voice.
I tried so hard. I've been listening to his voice all day, and I'm like, I just can't pin it down because he has kind of a northern accent, but it like goes in and out.
Just
I don't know if that's done on purpose.
Just try. You can do it.
I have to listen to him. I will do it later on, though. I have a quote that I want to actually try it for. He said, I've done over 300 professional bike races, 212 marathons, and 107 pro fights. No wrestler wanted to go back home and said a long-haired disc jockey had put him down. So from start to finish, I got a good hiding. I've broken every bone in my body. And I want to tell you one thing. I absolutely fucking loved it.
To me, do you think that he's a little bit of a sadomasochist? He might enjoy some pain, much like an Albert Fish.
I think he enjoys the fight more
Yeah.
than anything. Like it seems as like the power and maybe just the whole like, yeah, I've been beaten and I'm still here kind of fucking creepiness about him.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you think he wrestled a lot of boys and girls? Do you think they tried to get away and maybe he enjoyed that a little too much?
Once again, we're reiterating that Tom said that dressing up like this was not his idea.
It was. I have the proof. I do have the proof.
Your dialogue says otherwise, Thomas.
And like I said, right? Like if this is too offensive for you, then I don't know what to tell you. Go cry in a closet because I have no sympathy for you. This is the fact that of the joke of the matter, as I said, is this went on for so fucking long. And nobody said anything or did anything about this creepy guy. And then he died. And then it's just like, oh, wait, we found all the stuff about him, even though everybody seemed to know. And there's some people, like some of his friends. Where's that one chick? There's one of his friends, and she I was watching the doc with, what's that guy's name? Aaron, you would know. The guy that did the doc about him, and then they revisited it after he was kind of hanging out with Savile and stuff. What's that guy's name?
Peru?
Yeah, yes. I watched the one where they revisit him, and they had this woman talking, one of Jimmy Savile's good friends and team member of Jimmy Will Fix It, and it kind of been in Jimmy's life for a long time. And they interviewed her, and she doesn't believe what he's done. It's just like, lady, you have to get a grip on reality. This guy is a fucking monster.
Well, think about it. It's entirely possible. And to go back to it, you are right. And you did raise a point there in that if you're offended by the costumes, you should probably be way more offended by the fact that this was able to continue for several decades.
Yeah. And still
and
continues in a way.
This is
fucked.
mocking. This is not glorifying in any way,
No.
shape, or form. This dude looked like an
100%.
absolute fucking clown.
Like his hairstyles, man, is just fucking bizarre.
He's the weird page boy hairstyle. But so maybe that
Yeah,
woman,
like this.
maybe that woman just did, like you're saying, get with reality. But maybe it was like her being a part of it, but not really knowing that she was a part of it. Like
Yeah.
maybe when she learned about it, it caused a mental break and she just completely disassociated. And now be like, no, he never did anything like that. Would you like some tea, dear? As she's holding up a bedpan because she's just fucking gone.
Yeah, she's she's knocking over her pills that she takes.
Oh, hang on, I gotta water the lawn. That's your cat. Put that thing down.
Do you want another Tom's thoughts? He runs a lot, much like his victims running from him. The pedophile Terry Fox.
Who's Terry Fox?
Someone's not gonna like that one. Terry Fox is a Canadian guy. He didn't have a leg, so he ran across the country to fight cancer. And he's a hero for doing what he did, even though they did have a cure for cancer. So I thought, in my opinion, that was kind of funny. That
Tom's just offended everyone today. Holy shit!
Yeah, I was like, there's gonna be people screaming.
No.
All right, Aaron, proceed if you have.
So he lived in an area in the UK called Salford from the mid-1950s to the 1960s, and later on with a man by the name of Ray Terrett, who became his support DJ, assistant, and chauffeur. So apparently
Sorry, you said Terrett. Sorry.
This was the guy who some people reckon not got him into any of this, but like it was another one of those people that does never get talked about that much, that I think helped facilitate his vision of being like untouchable and like, oh yeah, other people are into this and he's cool with it and it's fine and it all works out. So this dude was another English radio DJ. In the early 1960s, he met Savile after winning the Savile Run singing contest at the Palace Theatre in Manchester.
What? The Savile Run singing contest? Did you run while you sing? And then like, if you could actually do it and sound good, then I don't know.
Personally, I think that's a cover for some sort of strange molestation convention.
Oh,
yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
In 1999, when Ray was 58 years old, he was found guilty of unlawful sex with a 15-year-old girl.
Fuck, of course.
On November 8th, 2012, he was arrested at his home, one of 2 arrests made in connection with the allegations of historic rape. The offences are alleged to have taken place in the 1960s and 70s against 3 women who were then children. The arrests were not part of Operation U-Tree, which we'll talk about later, although he was a close associate of Savile. In 2014, he appeared in the Crown Court accused of more than 30 offences of sexual abuse, including 18 charges of rape. One of his charges related to an offence committed by him and Savile together.
Wow, what's this guy's name?
Jesus.
Ray Terrett.
Wow.
One of the charges related to an offence committed by him and Savile together. He was acquitted of assisting Savile to rape a victim, but was found guilty of raping the same victim himself on a separate occasion.
Wow. Oh, this is the guy you sent me that picture of. Where is it? I thought I had it.
That's the 2 of them there. The second picture. Yeah. It's the 2 of them together. Excuse my front doorbell there.
Ding dong, Savile's here.
The lawyer representing 169 of Savile's victims stated that Ray's sentence of 25 years in prison was the closest the victims of Jimmy Savile will get to a conviction against their attacker and the monster Jimmy Savile. Ray died in prison in May 2021 at age 79.
That's crazy, man. And he also looks like a creep. And this is what I was saying there, homeboy, when I said that the Beatles will make an entrance in this episode, and they have a lot of ties to the wizard, Jimmy Savile.
If I may take a page out of Tom's book, I would like to offend some listeners right now. We need more Mark David Chapmans in the world.
Yeah, sometimes.
John Lennon was a cunt.
I wanted to like John Lennon just for the fact of like
I used to love John Lennon,
and then, I don't mind the Beatles, but the thing is, they were a huge band at the time. They could easily have been manipulated by outside sources. They were very close with Jimmy Savile, and they used to hang out a lot. And the fact that there's a lot of occultist symbols in their music, their hands.
Look, there's
Crowley is on the fucking.
Crowley is on Sgt. Pepper's. Yes, of course he is.
That's
Everyone
fucking weird.
knows that. That is weird. Crowley is a pop culture figure. It's not weird.
Look at this shit, man. Look at they knew.
That's fucking weird. No, that is fucking
Look
weird.
at that picture, man. Look at that creepy fucking guy. If the audio listeners like Jimmy Savile's munching a cigar, but he's like got his hands over.
Again, to the audio listeners, stop listening. Go watch.
This is fucked, dude.
Yeah, we need to just stop referring to any form of audio format of this because it's going to be it's way too visual.
If you're listening to the audio, you're doing it wrong.
Yes, people, you know, that it will still be enjoyable as an episode. You're just going to miss out on some of the imagery and the videos, but you will hear the clips, at least the audio side of it. Because this is some of these episodes that we do are going to be very like, what's the word I want? I can't think of the word, but visual, sexy. I guess.
Well,
yeah,
whoa, what's that on Gigwise? Beatles' suspicions of Jimmy Savile. Did they also say something? Like, what other bands was he associated with? And I'm assuming if you knew him and you were associated with him at all, you knew the rumors, and you probably met the dude and were like,
"See, Steve probably like that." Jimmy Savile in a new movie.
Who is
Steve Coogan?
Just I thought I was Steve looking Coogan. At that series.
He's getting a lot of he's getting a lot of flack for that.
Why do they want to show the story?
Evan Peters caught a lot of flack for playing Dahmer. And I mean, don't get me wrong, there are very problematic things with that show, like the fact that they didn't even consult the victims' families, but like
I love
That
that
Steve
show.
Coogan one,
Loved
they're
it.
going, I
would.
think, like way back to when he's like super young and like coming the whole way through his life.
I think it's worth showing the people how sadistic this monster is. But at the same time, I've kind of said when I was doing research on this is that a lot of these docs, when I did the little research party for people that subscribe to the Patreon, that will be on there before this episode airs. And I was talking about how, like, essentially they can these docs that are done through Netflix or whatever. The same goes for Ghislaine Maxwell and that fucking creep Jeffrey Epstein. Is that these docs can play it off in the way where they focus the most on that monster and have him more or less as some sort of scapegoat because they don't want to expose how deep this rabbit hole really goes and how these people are connected to very famous people and politicians and people that make decisions in the world that affect everybody. I think that they can sway it.
Of course not. And they want their sacrificial lamb. But the problem is that you have to make sure that that sacrificial lamb is not the thread that unravels the entire sweater.
That's true. And he died in 2011 and, it's, nothing really came of it other than
you know what the other side of it is, right? And we'll see later on, like he's been investigated. Like people think, oh, nothing happened until, put that back up on screen again, actually.
Yeah, what is with that medallion?
Oh no, it covers.
That's what I'm saying. Oh my God, he looks like a character off of Pan's Labyrinth or something, like just some sort of creepy elvish monster.
Question. Did he give John Lennon those glasses?
I wonder.
Did he turn Lennon onto the glasses? That's my question.
Those exact same glasses on right now, I feel like. Or as close to.
Yeah.
I think your circles are a touch bigger, but they're pretty fucking close.
Now, on a scale of 1 to sexy.
What is with you in the fucking? And I don't even get like why women were drawn to this fuck.
Used shit-filled condom that also has a syringe in it.
Yes.
Even when he was young, I thought he was quite, like, I have no problem in saying, like,
what are you gonna say, that he was sexy?
No, that's what I was gonna say. I said I have no problem in saying if a dude is like good looking or whatever. But like even when he was young, I don't see anything about him. It's like, now I kind of get the appeal.
Like this? Yeah.
That right there is
schoolboy.
No, that's not schoolboy. That's I'm filthy fucking rich with a Rolls Royce behind me. I think he has a glare. Like it's not him being attractive, but it's that charisma. So I can understand why he was so popular and there was that draw. But unfortunately, that charisma is also like oftentimes a sign of something deeply disturbed in an individual, which is weird that a lot of human beings are drawn to that.
Yeah. He had sway over people because he was a magician. Everybody.
Wake up, little snoozy. Smell the smelling salt.
Wake up, everybody. Okay. He was a wizard.
You're a wizard, Jimmy.
Yes, you're a wizard. And now then, let's get back to the episode.
The other side of it is, I personally don't think that even if he had have been, if all this stuff had came out when he was living, I personally don't think he would have given a fuck. Think about the crimes that he has been accused of since, and are all proven.
Yeah.
Do you really think a dude like that was gonna care? Like, and we'll see, like I said a second ago, we'll see over the course of this how many times he was like questioned. The police showed up at like his apartments or houses, or he was brought in to be questioned about other things that people don't talk about. Yeah. And like, he doesn't seem to ever give a fuck. And if you look at all his interviews, I was looking at him on a UK talk show they used to do years ago. Is it This Is Your Life or something like that? And it was in 1995, and like all of his interviews and being on talk shows, it's all like a big game to him. He does this thing of being like, oh, is that what the papers say? Is that what the tabloids say? All right, okay, yeah, oh, cool. And then they ask him, why have you never had a girlfriend, or why don't you get married? And he kind of makes a joke. Like he turns everything into this weird joke, so like nobody can tell, is he being serious about being a creep? Is he trying to like pretend to be a creep so we think that he's not actually a creep?
Yeah, yeah, and to me, that's like reverse psychology and what some of these people in power do. They might like, you know, say like someone like, you know, that another creepy villain character, George Soros, like like claiming, oh, that somebody should win the presidency, and then because they know that people don't really like him, and the social subconscious doesn't like these people like Klaus Schwab and these villains that play throughout our history and our world, that they convince people that they're going to back these people that may actually be fighting for some sort of freedom, and they kind of switch it. And the same way that Jimmy Savile could have been doing this, of trying to like making jokes about it. It's very interesting, and we'll play a clip now of him kind of distracting away from the creepy questions. You ready for this?
But we're not asking for names. We're just asking for the general principle.
Oh, so I mean,
we just want to know if you live this sort of playboy life of the DJ.
Yeah, give or take a few nice ladies. But I mean, you know, a gentleman doesn't ever speak of ladies. Well, I don't know where you come from. I mean, I don't know what your circles are, but my circles, ladies are very... You don't grass on them. No.
All my mother ever taught me was not to eat while I was talking, but that was another issue.
Bananas weren't around in those days.
Why have you shied away from close relationships with women?
I'm quite happy to have a few close relationships tonight, if anybody's not spoken for.
But why in the past...
What are you doing after the show, ladies? A few close relationships. I'm all for it.
I'm sure the offer will be taken up, but why in the past...
Good.
Why in the past have you avoided...
I'm in trouble again.
Why in the past have you avoided close relationships?
Because I've never been in the same town more than about 48 hours at any one time. It's just a lifestyle I've got. It's not my fault.
But if you met somebody that you felt that you wanted to be close to, that
I fell in love every day of my life. Oh, every day of my life I fell in love. 2, 3, 4 times a day. I could get married immediately. Except the lights change and you have to drive off because they're going the other way, or the train pulls out the station and you're going, I want to marry you. But they're on the platform. No, my passions are very near the surface. But I get well in love very quickly.
But therefore, from the way you talk, have relationships and sex been casual? Is that a casual matter for you?
You mentioned the S word.
Well, we had to get round to it eventually.
Did you?
Well...
Oh, you're talking to the wrong guy here. Oh, Mr. No Grass here.
What the actual fuck?
That's exactly the interview I was talking about, that I watched earlier. And like, there you go. Like, there's a classic Jimmy Savile moment where, and he does that in basically every time he ever went on any kind of talk show. He does that weird, like, oh yeah, and like kind of tries to make it like haha funny, and all the questions are like deflected.
Everyone's laughing.
I don't think I've ever heard him actually answer the question that was ever asked. He'll always do this.
Oh, it sounds like my prime minister.
He like turns everything and like, and then obviously because the audience, he plays up on that, like they're laughing and women are cheering, and it's kind of turns the focus from that. Like, and later on in that interview, when that guy mentions sex and stuff, he does the same kind of thing again. He starts to put it back on him. He's like, oh, I don't know where you came from, or what are your relationships like? And he's kind of making it like this joke,
reflecting,
and somehow it just all goes over, and then like the interview comes to an end and he hasn't really said anything.
Yeah,
I think he knows he has to play beat the clock in the interview. They're not going to sit there and keep recording for 4 hours. He's going to be like, look, I'm on a schedule. I have a train to catch. I got to go.
Eating the banana was part of his magic trick. He made it disappear, but it's a distraction. Essentially, is why he's eating the banana, because it's a distraction away from what they're going to ask him and all that kind of stuff.
So like the sleight of hand type trick with
that, yes,
where it's like, look over here, look over here, look over here.
I am sold, and we'll get into it later, that he is a wizard. You're a wizard, Jimmy.
Just to give people a little bit of context as well, because I know you guys had said earlier, like there's a lot of people that maybe don't know about Jimmy Savile, or about really how popular he was like over this side of the world at one point, especially in Ireland and the UK. So his radio career began at Radio Luxembourg from 1958 to 1968. By 1968, he presented 6 programs a week, and his Saturday show reached over 6 million people. He was one of the leading DJs in England at this point. He presented many of the top shows from Savile's Travels. Jesus.
Savile's Travels.
Old
Jesus.
Record
What
Club,
low-hanging
and
fruit.
Vintage Chart Show. On TV, he was known for presenting Top of the Pops. He took the country by storm with his
Top of the
incredible
Pops.
parody work and his show Jim Will Fix It. In 1992, he took part in a radio series called The Psychiatrist's Chair. Host Anthony Ward Clare, an Irish psychiatrist, said Savile appeared to be a man without feelings, and saying there is something chilling about this supposed 20th century angel.
Wow. I mean,
yeah.
if you've earned the title 20th century angel, you probably have some bodies in your crawl space.
Yeah.
Like the dude is just like, but like, I remember being young, even when he was still like, obviously he wasn't as popular then, but it was still kind of like, I don't ever remember hearing like any of the stories that actually came out. Being younger, you know, I never really heard anything specific, like, you know, oh, he raped kids, or he done this, or he done that. It was always just kind of a bit airy-fairy, like, oh, Jimmy Savile's creepy.
Yeah.
Or Jimmy Savile will get you kind of a thing. But it was never, I never remember being referenced to him being like a, you know, a pedophile or anything. But even still, like when I was young, he was still like, could do no wrong, massively popular.
It's crazy that this is what we'll get into later, but how he swayed people and influenced people. And maybe it was the haircuts. Maybe all of his power was in his hair. Some of these, some of his style of hair is so weird and unique and creepy looking, where it like boxes his face kind of in the way that they cut it. Like this specific image we're showing is just creepy and shows his like weird hairstyle.
It's a bob.
It's fucking weird. No, I don't remember seeing anyone else like that other than the Beatles.
Well, it's the style is known as being mod. And I don't know. I'm assuming that was like meant modern or postmodern or whatever. But yeah, that was very much a hairstyle at the time, if I'm correct in that.
He's doing symbols, man. He's all into the occult. And even like the Beatles when they would do the owl face, which is kind of fucking weird.
Tom, I've seen 5-year-olds in kindergarten make that.
Yeah, and they're connected to Aleister Crowley. They are Aleister Crowley. He influenced a generation of children, and he lives inside all little boys and little girls across the world. So to pay attention.
You said there earlier, you mentioned about that the Louis Theroux documentary with him. So that was in April 2000, and I don't know if you guys have ever seen it or anybody listening, but Louis challenges him about like the whole like kiddie fiddling thing.
Yeah.
And he says that well, you see, the way it is, I live in a very
fiddling. Is that what you call it in Ireland?
Well, you see, I live in a very funny world, and it's easier for me as a single man to say I don't like children, because that puts a lot of the salacious tabloid people off the hunt.
Yeah, check this out. And this is obviously they splice something in to make it sound like he says it, but this is kind of part of them discussing this.
This whole isn't he a paedophile line, basically.
Yes. Oh, how do they know whether I am or not? How does anybody know whether I am? Nobody knows whether I am or not. I know I am.
Jimmy, are you a paedophile?
Yes.
And they cut it, so
that is very clearly like splice.
But the way, like, how do they know if I am or I'm not? Because children are deeply afraid of you, and we'll get into that a bit. I have one.
And
or
I
two
think
clips
that boils down though.
behavior.
There again, like, there's another classic example of him trying to like throw all these like fake. If you can double down and throw like a fake red herring, be like, oh yeah, probably am. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like,
God.
He is fucking horrifying. Like, it's just...
I wanted people to literally have nightmares after this episode. And
so far, so good.
Yes, we will get there. We will have this man embedded into your head. The creepiest thing of all is when you see images of him with kids, because it's just fucking frightening because the stuff that he was doing and manipulating people. We'll get to it about why he chose to buy up like certain hospitals and could come and go as he pleases, especially with people with like spinal cord injuries and people that are paralyzed, because it's easy pickings, as they say.
Yeah, well, he apparently raised over 40 million pounds for charity. He helped the Stoke Mandeville Hospital, which he had a room in, which is strange.
Yes.
Like a double room. He had keys for the entire hospital. He had a room at Broadmoor High Security Psychiatric Hospital, which is like a really famous hospital for the criminally insane in the UK. A lot of horror stories come out of there. He had a room there, and he had the run of the place, and he actually had authority over all the high-ranking nurses and stuff. He could tell them.
Crazy. Why? He wasn't even like a doctor, had no degrees.
And also, you know what they presented him with as well, which I thought was it just adds like insult to injury. They presented him with a set of gold keys for the hospital.
That's fucking weird. Like made out of legit gold?
Yeah. So like he had like a skeleton key or whatever for all the doors, but they presented him one that was made of gold to be like thanking him for all his help with charity and shit.
That is
and he would like show up to these places and like take patients, like maybe 3 or 4 girls, and bring them for like a day out in his car. And everybody was like, "Oh, all good. Yeah, Jimmy's just bringing off all the little girls. It's cool. We'll drop him back later when he's done."
It's frightening.
Look at that.
It's so crazy. Hanging out in a hospital with children while there were so many rumors surfacing. And we'll get to the deepest, darkest stuff down the road, but it is
there's another thing here as well, right? Now, I don't know if this I suppose it just shows like how connected he ended up being through all these different relationships, but he was a member of Mensa, which is the largest and oldest high IQ society in the world. It is open to people with a score at the 98th percentile or higher on a standardized supervised IQ or other approved intelligence test. He was made a lifetime member of the British Gypsy Council in 1975, becoming the first outsider to join. In 1984,
what do they do in the British Gypsy thing? What do they do there?
I think it's just like the traveling community, and they have like a council.
Is that like their high court
petition or something?
What do they use for a gavel? A giant cigarette or something?
I think he purposely like joins all these things or like accepts the invites to join him, so he has like more people to like be like, "Oh, Jimmy's a good guy. Jimmy helps us."
Yeah.
He was also the member of a private members club in London for men and women with intellectual interests and those who have gained some distinction in science, engineering, literature, or the arts, which I don't think he had any of.
Yeah, well, it's almost like inserting yourself into many organizations. A lot of these people end up doing that to kind of, they need a public appearance that they're greater than now, and they're selfless.
That he is like, he's got to be quite intelligent to be able to hang with all these people and be able to like, because it seems that his mouth was able to like talk him into all of these situations and all of these places, and he seemed to be able to hang. Like, I mean, if you're in with the royal family, you're in with all these people. I'm not saying they're not scumbags as well, but obviously he was good enough of a talker and had enough of a personality that he was able to weasel his way through all.
100%.
Do you think he was just charismatic enough to be a jester of sorts? Like, there's Jimmy, we always have a laugh at his expense, like, but he would come in like a top hat and tails, but would just be acting a fool all over the place, and everybody's like, "Oh," but he looks the part, so it's fine.
Yeah, and I think because he was so popular with like the peasants, I suppose, it was probably a good marketing tool as well. Like, I mean, he had a really close relationship with the former Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher. Some of her family have since declined the relationship, and it has since been outed by letters released by the National Archives. by using the 30-year rule, although these have been heavily redacted using exemptions under the Freedom of Information Act, which again shows you that they're trying to cover something.
100%, and we'll get to that when we get into the conspiracy side of this, because I'm sure in my long ass notes I have all of the details on all of that strange shit, because Margaret Thatcher was a reptilian. Iron Sky 2 showed us that, which I thought was very funny that movie put like, his that was they crowdfunded the money from the fans to make Margaret Thatcher into a reptilian in that movie.
Isn't she kind of viewed in the same way in England that Reagan is viewed in the States? That like there are a lot of people that are like, no, she was fantastic, like absolutely love her, even though she was a complete cunt.
She was fucked, and a lot of people in her cabinet or whatever, the people that she surrounded herself with, were pedophiles. Okay,
I mean, she was friends with the big ones, so yeah, I would assume so.
Yeah, it's fucking strange.
And
She's
like
probably
that
doing
whole
it
thing,
on her own.
Like shit tons of people talk about like his relationship with the royal family, and that him and now King Charles had like a pretty public relationship. But like I was looking up stuff like in 1989 he wrote an unofficial set of guidelines to Charles on how members of the family should respond to disasters, to which he passed on to Philip and then eventually to Queen Elizabeth II. And he also had a notebook that he filled from front to back of different pieces of advice and guidelines on how Charles should proceed with his marriage to Princess Diana.
Yeah, strange. And
do we have the details on that at all?
That's going to come in a bit of like the connections to the royal family and all this weird shit. Aaron's kind of bringing us up to speed essentially of like his influence and how connected he seemed to be, but I definitely have stuff down the road about the royal family. His before life is strange just because like he kind of came out of nowhere and then kind of inserted himself, no pun intended, to in everything and everywhere he could. It's fucking crazy because
I don't know if you guys
so much influence.
considered this or not. But I was only thinking about this morning, and it's something that I haven't really dived into that much. But his relationship with his mother. Like he refers to her all the time as the
Duchess. We will get to that. That is gonna be a dark part of the episode.
Which is strange, like and you know, all that shit, like she died and he kept her room the same, and like her wardrobe was left exactly the same.
Don't mention what you're gonna mention yet.
Wait, what was I gonna mention?
The thing about his mother after she died. We'll save that tidbit to a down.
He like everyone, we've seen it there, like asking him about personal relationships and why he never had a girlfriend and why he didn't get married and why he this and why he that, and like there was never any photographs with him like with any women per se, you know, as like a love interest or whatever.
Yeah, not really. He's more just like being creepy and hanging out with.
Yeah, and like he said that he just liked to keep all that he liked to keep all his relationships private, though he claimed that he had sexual relations in places from trains, planes, boats, bushes and fields, corridors, doorways, floors, chairs, desks, and probably everything except the celebrated chandelier and ironing board.
Does John Candy and Steve Martin make an appearance in that movie? Planes, trains, and get molested in closets. There's some images like this one really creeps me out. There's certain images where you can almost see like, I don't know, like you can get the aura of like how evil in this one too. Like his eyes say it all. Like our eyes are windows to the souls, they say. And to me, when especially researching this stuff, I was like, if anyone is some sort of lizard creature from beyond this dimension, it's probably this guy.
Safe assumption. Yeah,
it's fucking like this one specifically is like, whoa! I would never want to walk down a hallway and see this guy. And that's, I'm pretty sure that's a Masonic necklace, which we're gonna get into a lot of
The
that.
top
stuff
of his
down
head
the
just splits open, and then the fins come up, and he's like,
yeah. Oh, that's fucking scary.
Then licks
Yeah,
his
that's
eyeball, and then scuttles up the side of a building.
Are we ready to get into the molestation? As we're back, do you want to get into here? We'll do another
Also,
Tom's thoughts.
It's been an hour, so
I'm debating on when to take my edible, because I do have an edible ready to go. And it's only 10 milligram. 10 milligram Tom's popping up eventually, but I jotted down notes like from the doc. He had this huge Zippo, like this huge lighter Zippo. I want to see if I could let me see if I can bring it up. I thought it was weird, and we're gonna get into. I wrote down too. I was like his fucking weird Komodo shit he would wear, but we'll get into that.
Komodo or kimono?
Is it kimono? I put Komodo.
Did you spell it like a lizard?
Oh, I did do that.
Kimono, kimono.
I really want. I'm gonna
I
because
love kimonos though.
Because I'm a big fan of Star Wars. I am a Jedi. I really want to yeah, weird. I can't find the image of he has this like they showed it on the dock where he had this massive fucking Zippo. It was so weird. I'm looking at the images. I can't seem to.
Was it like one of the novelty size Zippos?
Yeah, and he would use it. And he would use it. He was like cracking it open for his fucking cigars and like and what
It looks like he had to have photographic memory and said that he never needed to write anything down ever.
Because he's a fucking lizard.
Well, he was in Mensa, so of course he does. He's, one of the smartest people in the world, allegedly.
Do you think when the kids came to Jimmy will fix it, you think they ran down the street with a golden ticket and it says like you're about to get molested and they're like, I got the golden ticket.
How much of how much of Willy Wonka was based on Jimmy Savile?
Oh yeah, because he's creepy. And that's why there's that theory that he like killed all the kids and stuff like that.
Oh, I feel I think in the book they all live, right? Like,
Yeah,
but in
yeah.
the movie, I like to assume that Gene Wilder's a serial killer. That makes that movie 10 times creepier.
Because do we in the newer one with good old Johnny drinks too much wine Depp, he
Also, Grandpa Joe's a piece of shit.
yeah, all those people, yeah, like they're all like laying in their beds lazy. Come on, go to work, old fucks.
Grandpa Joe is the only one that could clearly get up and do shit because he got up and did a fucking dance number once Charlie got a golden ticket. It's like,
But in the original
you're
movie,
starving. Go get a job.
In the original movie, they didn't show the children leaving the factory, right? But the new one, they do.
Right. The new
But
one
in
they
the original,
do.
they didn't.
Right.
You know
But
what
I don't
snozberries is a
remember-
code for, right?
Balls.
Yeah, I thought it was dicks.
No, it's
Just look in the
balls.
dick wall, the ball wall.
The
Yeah,
hairy beanbag.
And
Yeah.
earlier Roald Dahl
Schnozberries.
shit, like in like his mystery type shit. It's Snosberries.
The schnozberries taste like fucking testicles. Because supposedly that's like, and I think that they're
What the fuck else are nuts gonna taste like? Balls.
yeah. What would you have subscribed the taste of nutsack to?
I'm not like I don't want to lick nuts if they've been in a fucking workout session all day.
Would you suck chocolate balls? If someone dipped their balls in like fondue chocolate, would you eat it?
I guess depends whose balls.
Jimmy Savile's.
Ew.
Well, actually, I'll take one for the team. I'll get that close and I'll bite him off. So
That's a great idea.
Maybe he just has one big ball.
Like Hitler.
we
That's
found
his
out what
shit, like
AC/DC song was about this whole time. It was about Jimmy Savile.
Yep. Here you guys go.
You know, right? At one
I'm
stage, I
never
was
gonna
actually
be able to jerk off
considering,
again. Jesus Christ.
I was considering doing like some sort of like topless, or there's ones where he wears this weird like fishnet kind of looking
Oh yeah.
vest, and I was
I got
like,
a picture
Ruin
of it.
fishnets for me, please.
I wonder can I get one? Yeah, like those fucking creepy looking weird.
Yeah. So
Oh,
scary. I
Isn't that
wanted
ever
I really
fashionable?
wanted I
That
wanted
looks
to
like cocaine. That's what that
He's-
image looks like to me.
Yeah, I'm sure he was like loaded on drugs. And I think a lot of people do drugs that we aren't aware of. Specifically people and politicians. You can tell when they scream at protesters and stuff like that.
I don't think reptiles can handle drugs the way that we can. I don't think their bodies are set up the same.
I think that they probably are able to ingest way more. I wanted to like have like a V-neck, and I wanted to like cut some hair off one of my wigs. Like I wish I had like I one day I will probably have to get an afro wig, but I wanted to like put like just chest hair bulging out, because he's like, there's some images where he just like He's
Can
got
you
a
wait till
carpet.
the show
on
gets
his-
big before you put on blackface and get us canceled, like for real.
Yeah, I'm not Trudeau, so I don't necessarily need to do that. But you know
you
what?
said you brought an afro wig.
Maybe fucking Jewish people have afros, bro. You can't have an afro.
Yeah, I would have just gone with curly haired people can have afros, but you know, take it there too. Sure, settle the fuck down, Kanye.
Okay.
Also, PSA for anyone who is wondering who actually came up with the idea to do all this. If you notice, right, Tom produced the show and came up with all the clips. And if you'll notice, majority of the things that Tom has shown so far on screen are Jimmy Savile in his undies.
I was literally looking for the creepiest photos that I could find
from your hard drive.
Yes, yeah, I was gonna say it's Tom Spank Bank. If you click the actual picture itself and show us where the file name is.
It is fucked because I did have like a whole folder of like Jimmy Savile pictures and yeah.
Show us your birth certificate, Obama. Let's go.
Yeah, it's so fucked because I had like over 100 images and I'm like, because I kept being like, oh, this one's so creepy. I gotta grab this one. And it's just like, I have enough. I don't need any more. Just because I want to show just more or less how creepy and weird this guy's outfits were. We're showing one where he's like that floral like suit. Like this guy had money and he paraded it around like he kind of didn't. Are we ready? Are we ready to start your engines? Are you ready to get into the molestations?
Oh, I forgot the booze. Damn it. I'll have to do that at hour 2.
This is going to get dark, people. And like I said, I want to acknowledge all the victims. This is satire and dark humor at the same time. I want to make it quite clear to people that this guy is a fucking monster. That's why we're mocking him. And that this went on for a very long time of him getting away with literally molestation all the time. Many people, hundreds of people. And I just want to make it clear that, you know, the victims need to have their justice. Justice. I do believe that.
And remember, kids, you know who doesn't encourage rape? Satan.
Go piss on the Queen's grave, please.
Oh, please fucking drop a deuce.
Yeah. So according to CNN, a former Boy Scout named Kevin Cook said he was excited to be featured on one of Savile's shows in 1970s. Until the TV personnel lured him into a dressing room at the BBC studios. The ex-scout, and for people, it is the British Broadcasting some shit. It does not mean big black cocks. I know that's constantly bringing up in your Pornhub, but it's not what it means in Britain, okay?
It's like a sixth of my Pornhub. Thank you very much.
The ex-scout, who was just 9 years old at the time, said that Savile told him that he could receive his own Jimmy'll Fix It badge if he did as he was told. He said to me, do you want your, oh God, I gotta get by Jimmy Savile. Do you want your own badge? I said, yeah. He said, you want to earn that badge? I can't do the British. It goes into like some other accent. According to Cook, Savile then proceeded to molest him, undoing his Boy Scout uniform and then fondling him. And if people don't know about the Boy Scouts, that's a prime spot club where molestations do take place.
Also,
especially by those fucking dad shorts, Aaron.
A notoriously anti-gay organization. So
yeah. All those dads with their dad shorts. Aaron's infamous for wearing dad shorts. He goes to the Boy Scout meetings all the time.
Are you a short shorts person?
You not see the pictures of there's pictures of Aaron when he's going to all these resorts and stuff like that. And I did comment on he wears a lot of cargo dad shorts.
Oh, dad shorts. I thought you meant like
he's got to make sure he's got his like pocket knife, his cell phone, his wallet, all in his pockets.
That's to carry all my Boy Scout patches.
His lube.
What's your beef with pants that can haul, Tom?
Yeah, I know. It was just I'm not a big fan
support
of
you
shorts.
hauling cargo.
I'm not a big fan of shorts above the knee. I don't like it. It looks strange to me. But I got no guff. You know, if it makes you feel comfortable to let your knees breathe, then keep it going. Because I'm sure the what would they call the Boy Scout leader? Like the guy that runs the shit.
Jimmy Savile.
Yeah. You know why he keeps those short shorts is because He wants his knees to touch the ground. I don't know. That was stupid.
What?
He gets on his knees. He wants them to be, he doesn't want to mess up his shorts. So he's got them super short. So when he gets on his knees into the dirt around the fireplace pit, wherever they're hanging out, you know, dirty knees means, nothing.
That was a string of words.
Just keep going.
I was going to cut in, and then I was like, just let him go and see how long he's going to
Yeah.
Like, wait, nope. And we're back around.
Yeah. I haven't even took my edible yet. So only
sweet Satan, my God.
So he was fondling this boy, disgusting, only stopping when someone opened the door of the room. And horrified, the intruder reportedly apologized and walked out. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to bother you there. I see that you are very busy with your tongue in that asshole. And it's just like, that's fucking crazy. Then Cook said Savile threatened him to remain silent. He said, "Don't you dare tell anyone about this. No one will believe you because I'm King Jimmy. Don't tell your mates. We know where you live." And that's it. That's the last thing I ever spoke to him. That's the last time he ever spoke to him. Essentially was like, we know where you live. Like, don't tell anybody. Because I'm King Jimmy.
And this is where we're starting. This is the jumping off point.
This is gonna get very dark. Just so people are aware. And like we're gonna put a disclaimer that this is going to be one of the darkest episodes we've done so far. I should have said that kind of at the beginning, but if you know who Jimmy Savile is, you should have already known that.
We should probably, we should probably put a content warning on this one.
We should for sure. Another Tom's thoughts on the doc is imagine some of the letters he was getting while he was doing Jimmy'll Fix It. Like, just like the weird, like, Jimmy, fix my life. Cause like they
think about like,
Jimmy,
so
fix my
weird.
asshole.
Oh my, I'm assuming this was probably like similar to Make-A-Wish in a lot of ways, right? Like terminal kids being like, hey, can you like, there's just one thing that I want in the world. And it's like,
but it was like, I think it was double whammy for people. It was even better than that because he was granting your wish. And then also everybody who wrote into that show, their other wish was to meet Jimmy Savile. So it was like, I get to be on Jim'll Fix It. I get to meet Jimmy Savile and I get a wish.
Yeah.
And he fucks me in the ass. Great.
Yeah. It's like, he's the genie. You got to rub him the right way. And then you'll get your wish.
To make the white stuff come out.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Yeah. You gotta your wish will be very sticky,
right? Whatever makes the white stuff come out.
Nobody likes that. So a timeline of sexual abuse allegations against Savile shows the correlation between his rise to fame as so-called king and the allegations of abuse kind of all came at the same time. It was as he was like, the more famous he would get, the more connections of like every image of him with children creeps me the fuck out more than anything else. It's
they're
like
infuriating.
Look at that British boy, the blonde albino looking one. He looks like he's got some dark history of his own. Just like I don't know. I was always imagine because it's such like when you see those British movies where it's like fuck off, Yanaka, and they like kick you and stuff like that, and just they just I don't know. I don't know. Never mind.
Look, if time travel's real, right? And we ever reach time travel, and you can just get into a pod and go back and fucking kill whoever you want throughout history. On your way back from murdering Hitler and Stalin, make sure to pop over to little Jimmy and smother him in his fucking crib, please.
Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea. And we'll get into a lot of his strange background. So at the BBC, reports of sexual abuse date back to 1965, shortly after Savile started working for the network. A review of the culture and practices at BBC during Savile's tenure is documented in the Damn Janet Smith report. Damn Janet.
What?
That's a Damn Janet Smith report. Dame? The Dame Janet? Oh, it is Dame. You're right. Why did they?
You said Damn Janet, and now my brain is on Rocky Horror. So thank you for that,
Janet. We love you. Dun, dun, dun. That will be coming down the road eventually, and that one I need time and money for because I want to dress up like Meatloaf. I'm literally gonna
Yes,
smother
you gotta
myself
be
in
Eddie. You have to.
yeah, I know. Which that was released in 2006. The Dame Janet Smith review report, whatever. The investigation conducted. Oh, her name was Dame Janet Smith. That's her name.
Dame spells Dame.
I realize that now. But it is a DBE found at least 72 people were sexually abused by Savile in connection with his work at the BBC. This includes 8 victims who were raped, one whom was just 10 years old, and there was also obviously attempted rape. And this is an episode with that word is going to be used a lot, so be prepared.
Honestly, thought I was going to be raped for a second. He had the craziest look in his eyes, and at one point he said, "Let's get it on."
I'm sure he said that to many people. Let's get it on, and now then. Silence.
So here, this is probably a. Should I even say this?
What?
So I'm just thinking about.
Say it.
I was gonna say I'm just thinking about like how he went about the actual act of assaulting these people, and I'm just wondering here, like when you look at him, right? I'm not saying he was frail, at that time when he was younger or whatever, but like he's not like an overly muscular or like huge guy.
No, but
and I'm wondering, is it like, was it a case of him actually physically like grabbing people and doing stuff to them while they, try to fight back? Or did he have such a good, like we've seen how good he is at talking and doing that whole act. Did he have them kind of like, I don't know, I guess coerce them into being like, yeah, look, this is cool to have sex with a grown man as a kid?
Yeah,
he ran marathons and shit too, didn't he? You said he was like very athletically fit, so I mean, he could have been strong, but probably a combination of both. Like intimidate, like how many times do people like? Does intimidation avoid a fight? Right? Wouldn't it be similar in that regard?
Or he ran a lot, right? And maybe he was like the Flash. He was so quick that you didn't even know you were molested, and then you're like, your prolapsed anus falls out. Sorry.
Cool. I tried to be somewhat serious for a second.
Sorry. Like I said, if people don't understand yet, I deal with the darkness and the deep, crazy things in this world with humor. Much like how Billy does the same thing. He just drinks beer and it washes all the pain away.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Yeah, that's probably my whole life. Their largest number of victims are in connection to Savile's work on the BBC, the Top of the Pops program, which premiered on January 1st, 1964. I conclude that Jimmy Savile committed many acts of inappropriate sexual conduct in connection with his work for the BBC, said Smith in a summary of conclusions in the report. Savile abused boys, girls, and women. Usually young women. His preferred targets seem to have been teenage girls. Most, but not all, of more the serious incidents of rape or attempted rape, some of the more serious sexual assaults I have described took place on Savile's own premises and not at the BBC. Evidence from the investigation into Savile's hospital volunteer work shows that he was trying to acquire a position of power early on that would give him access to children and including cancer patients.
I'm so glad I didn't have to do research for this episode.
Yeah, it was a dark time. I just kept consuming weed, that herb that tries to numb your mind out a little bit, and it didn't help. I was drinking like scotch.
Did you have to drink a lot for that? Because I feel like that's
scotch and shit when I was researching, because I was like, oh man, this stuff is so fucking dark. And like, that's what I'm saying. As much as I'm making jokes, making light of a dark situation, that's kind of that's kind of the angle we come at of Strange Brew. Is our whole thing is not for the easily offended. It's poking fun at these crazy sadistic people. But yes, the fact that how much molestation and rape and maybe even some murder went on with Jimmy Savile and the people around him is sick, fucked up, wrong on so many levels, and people have to be aware of people like him exist to this day everywhere, and these people insert themselves in positions of either power or to be around children, like teachers do this. You got coaches and all it runs deep.
Yeah, and it really needs to be, the anger needs to be directed where it belongs, at the systems and the institutions that allow this shit to continue.
Yeah, people start getting angry.
You really shouldn't be like, this shit needs to be talked about.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why we're talking about it.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm pissed that we are, and I'm pissed that we fucking have to, because this fucking sucks. But like,
Jimmy will fix it.
You have to talk about it.
If you feel down, remember, Jimmy will fix it. He'll turn that frown upside down.
It's actually Jimmel.
Jimmel. I know, it's so weird. It's not Jimmy will fix it. It's Jim will fix it. Jimmel.
And the other side of this is like, when he died, everyone was like, well, at least, the monster is dead. That doesn't necessarily fix the problem, though. The fact that he's dead now and whatever, like
a scapegoat.
Like those fucking institutions and all those places that allowed this stuff to happen are still.
Yep.
Like, the BBC hasn't gone anywhere.
No, and it's fucked because
this has got my paranoid brain a running though, where I'm like, do we need to investigate Make-A-Wish? Like, what's happening with that?
Yeah, or Wish, that place where they sell really expensive.
Oh my God, shut up.
Wardrobes or whatever that whole conspiracy.
No,
was.
that was Wayfair.
Wayfair. Oh yeah,
that was Wayfair. Wish is the one where you're like, oh, the joke, like when you order your Freddy Krueger mask off of Wish and it just looks like a burnt piece of bologna.
Yeah.
The super cheap version of shit.
Yeah, I think stuff goes deeper than we'll ever understand. In 1960, at the age of 34, he began what would come a 50-year relationship with the Leeds General Infirmary as a volunteer. He regularly visited the hospital as a fundraiser for the hospital teaching efforts. Then in 1968, he unusually requested to be a part-time porter for the hospital, meaning that he transported patients to and from various wards as needed.
It'd be a fucked up version of the transporter. It's just Jimmy Savile in the lead.
Man, that shit is like fuck though. Like that, he inserted himself in these like hospitals, to access children. Like it seemed quite obvious in some ways.
That's the textbook definition of abuse of power. Like he's literally using his influence to put himself into a predatory position, and it's
crazy. What the fuck is this shit? Some guy dressing like Leeds United fans dress as Jimmy Savile sparks outrage. Oh, so you guys are probably we're gonna spark some outrage, I'm sure. But remember, this is not for the easily offended. We're not here to cater anybody. This guy is a complete fucking creep. And
we are here to cater to nobody.
Yes.
Although I am pretty sure somebody in our group chat said there will be blowback for this one, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I don't remember who that was, but
yes, it is quite crazy.
Tom anyway, because he has a fetish for.
Stop slandering my character, sir. Stop slandering my character.
Your character doesn't need any help slandering itself.
It's true. And it's fine. Everything's fine. Everyone, love everybody. Just not children. It's not cool. We're not making that a thing. So when Mr. Savile offered his services as a voluntary porter, I was a little concerned about the press implications and how he would fit into a busy teaching hospital, said a hospital administrator at the time. According to an investigation released in 2014, my concerns were wholly unfounded, and he has done an extremely good job and accepted by all the staff. So that's like, they're like, yeah, he's a great guy. What
are they going to do? Are they going to come out and be like, oh, by the way, he's molesting hundreds of people?
Well, look at this image.
Looks like she's about to vomit.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Look at this image of these two nurses are like, I don't know if they're trying to kiss him or something like that, but the one chick looks like disturbed.
You can tell though that he, like, there's another classic example, like just from that photograph, you can tell he was instigating that, where he's like, yeah, kiss me, come on.
Yeah, which he did all the time. He's such a creepy fucking guy, man. Let's just show a little bit of this.
What does she do with the cable, boys?
It's got to go down there, has it? Oh, I've got to decide.
I can't walk about with it like that because it looks like I've had the operation. Just there, down there.
What a creepy fucking dude. And
You know
there was
what?
like
He's doing it on TV.
on live television, and there was times where he on Top of the Pops where he would like be like shoving his finger in people's asses, I heard, and shit. Like
You can feel the awkward tension in the air because that is a live studio audience and everyone is fucking silent. at
Oh
one
yeah.
point. They're just like,
Well, yeah, it's fucking strange, dude. We'll get into more of his creepy behavior in a bit, but everything is kind of creepy about this episode. So, you know what? I think it's time to get into some crazier stuff. So, Savile's request was formally approved by the hospital chairman of the board of governors, and he had an active presence in the hospital from 1960s to the 90s. With his link to in the infirmary, Jimmy Savile used the media to promote various fundraising campaigns in the public. Much like how, people like these people that do this to this day, like Bill Gates. I give all my money to charity. I'm helping kill people in Africa. I mean, like
Where
save
has
people
Gates
in
been
Africa. He's planning his own. He's buying up all this shit. Don't drink Heineken beer, anybody, Aaron. Don't drink Heineken beer because guess who owns Heine now? He owns a big stake in Heineken beer, which means he's probably putting some sort of chemicals inside the Heineken. He's destroying the beer companies. It's sad, but he's buying up all this land. He's just in the pointing fingers, obviously, from all the Jeffrey Epstein stuff and how often he stayed there is the same kind of thing. To me, these people still exist, and then it'll come out years later that we realize that, and I think that's even more buried. Like I've said before, Jimmy Savile, Jeffrey Epstein, these people are the tippity top of the iceberg. And it's quite crazy because Bill Gates does the same thing where he's like, oh, I'm helping people. I put so much money, and it's a distraction,
It's
Bibbidi
sad to
bobbidi
say,
boo.
but whenever it does seem that history will vilify that whenever there is somebody who is like ultra altruistic, there's usually like a sinister motive behind it.
For sure. But in private, vulnerable patients said they suffered from Savile's abuse. One male victim at Leeds, who was 14 at the time, said that Savile approached him while he was in a wheelchair and wearing a hospital gown. He came up to me because I was literally just sat there in a wheelchair at the front of in the waiting area there, and he came and he leaned over me and he told me to cheer up. Why is it going Spanish? And he said,
Went Irish, you went Spanish.
yeah.
You're all over the globe.
Things can't be that bad, he said. He put his hand on my leg, as he said, then all of a sudden just moved his hand under my gown because I had a hospital gown on, and I just had me dressing in a gown draped over me, and his hand went all over my genitals, and he squeezed them like grapes. He didn't say like grapes, but he did squeeze his testes.
He added the grapes for flair.
How long it lasted, I don't know. I can't say. It was only 5 seconds, 10 seconds. It wasn't long. Then he looked at me and said, and now then, I bet that cheered you up. And now then. It's crazy. It was so fucked, man. If this is happening to you,
My penis is tingling right now.
you should probably shut this off and cut it off.
For fucking real, though.
Crazy, though. Like that
Here's
he was
another
doing stuff right out in the
bizarre
open.
one, but do you think that I'm not saying that he wasn't getting off on the fact, obviously, that he was abusing kids, but do you think it was like you said earlier about, he treated this whole thing like a game? Like, I wonder if there was like teenage girls or whatever, I'm sure there was, that like actively maybe wanted to do something with him just because. And I'm wondering, I'm not saying like, But I wonder, did he have any interest in that, or was it more like the, no, I only like it when I'm being like a big fucking creepy fucking lech?
Yeah, because it is weird, like almost like he probably got off it in some way of like a game, much like a serial killer, and to me, I think he
power
was
trip involved there somewhere. Like
100%. To me, like money doesn't really exist as a whole as we think it, and a lot of these people that just have access to everything and are quite wealthy, like him, I'm sure he was sitting on tons of money that we didn't necessarily know about, and that power is the biggest thing, right? That like to that, and you see it within governments around the world, and just this drive to dominate and domineer over people. And it is very reminiscent of hearing, like, you know, David Icke talk about the stuff too, of like the energy, and we'll get to this stuff. David Icke was right and right again. Also been enjoying listening to Alex Jones recently at work, and it's like my even boss is like, you're sending people down a rabbit hole with this shit, and I was like, Aaron likes it. My guy actually, like, yeah, a guy I work with is also named Aaron, and is like, we're enjoying it. Loud screaming, fucking Alex Jones. It's fun. But it is
old Alex Jones or new Alex Jones. Like,
new
what the
Alex
fuck
Jones.
does new Alex Jones have to say?
It's interesting. I'm enjoying it, but the thing is too is that they are slandering him, claiming he owes billions of dollars, but all that stuff is actually appeals are just he has appeals for years, so that he might not even have to pay that. And to me, at the end of the day, you can't prosecute someone for saying something. In my like, unless it's literally going to destroy people's lives. But maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I don't fucking know. I don't trust anybody, so including people in the government.
No, Jones is a piece of shit through and through. But I mean, whether or not he's been right on about a couple things here or there is irrelevant.
They're probably disinformation agents and all this stuff. But like stuff like this, the Savile talk, really does dive.
Yeah, how would Alex Jones not be a fucking asset?
I know. And you know, it is what it is, but like some of these people that call out this stuff, like how David, I was talking about, like, why is it, it's such this whole arcing encompassing thing of like the kids and the sex trafficking that goes on in this world, and why it's so rampant, especially in Europe. Like there's like there's some hotel, and 7% of children that go there go missing, or 7 to 10%, like, and there's a lot, and it's like, it's dedicated to like, where if somehow kids get lost from their parents at the airport or something like that, or they're traveling, they can go to this, they don't need parents to go stay at this hotel.
Well, there's always down here, there's always stories too of like the foster system just harbinging or not harbinging, facilitating abuse. Like you just send them to families. And it's like, and not even necessarily in like the sexual way, but like you just farm kids essentially. So you just continue to take in, and you get paid for them by the government to take in foster kids. And they don't really like check out the homes all that well.
No, that shit goes deep also. So the more famous,
I don't think it's systematic necessarily in that regard, but it's, I mean, there's clearly some just horrible.
There's connections to all this stuff. I believe that the rabbit hole goes deeper than Michael Jackson staring into buttholes.
Well, like if this can go on this high up in levels of shit, and the Epstein shit can go on this high up in levels of shit, like that's I feel like that's enough of a connection to be valid, to be like, yeah, there is something there that needs to be fucking eradicated with prejudice.
Yep. The more famous Savile became, the more opportunities he had to use his star power to inflict pain. As his celebrity rose, like his kind of among the Great Britain elites, he kind of rose up to power. Whispers about his history of sexual abuse became screams. Give me a second. God damn it.
Did you eat your edible?
Not yet.
Catch up.
As the whispers of his history of sexual abuse became screams.
Did you just have a stroke?
Yeah.
That was a long scream clip.
As the popular DJ Jimmy Savile quickly weaponized his media pedestal into power, and that awarded him access to the vulnerable. With the right access, he charmed everyone from sick children to the British royal family. After first meeting Prince Charles in the 1970s, Savile soon began making a regular visit to the royal residence. Soon he had the prince's ear on royal politics, as Aaron was alluding to, with Charles reportedly consulting Savile before appointing him a senior aide for himself and Princess Di, which is so fucking crazy that he was like influencing them. But like, yeah, I got something for you. I always go like kind of like 1940s with it, because it's.
Do you think that's the real reason they killed Princess Di? Is because she was going to go public with the Savile shit and the Prince Andrew shit? And
I think it is. I truly believe that she started to clue in to the royal family's connections to all this pedophilic shit, and that is truly why they murdered her. And this will like lead into eventually where I do have an episode ready to go about the death of Princess Di and like all the different conspiracies, but I will probably even dive deeper into my research when we do that, because it's fucking crazy.
To go a shade deeper on that, and not too much deeper, but do you think that they then created the she was pregnant with a Muslim man's baby theory, because that would be the disinformation, and they figured that there would be enough prejudice within like English society that they'd be like, oh, well, I mean, that she was, the crown couldn't have that. Like, they would just have enough of that. I don't know. Like, that just seems...
Aaron?
Yeah, you're closest. Could you weigh in on that?
See, I don't know. I'm kind of torn with that. That was my stance for a long time. It was something like that, and she just wasn't. They realized after a while, like, this bitch isn't going to play ball. This is the way they're going to look at it, and be like, she has seen and knows too much now, and something's going to happen. But then at the same time,
I gotta put my glasses on.
There's an argument to be made for she did spend a lot of time, even alone, around these weird motherfuckers. She made a lot of visits to hospitals with Jimmy Savile on her own. I'm not
so
saying
do you think that she's part of it?
No, I'm not even saying that she's part of it, but like, there's no, like, from everything I've seen of her, there's no fucking way that she was so naive to think, oh, Jimmy's just a cool dude.
No, but what could it have possibly been that Jimmy like inserted himself into that, and because of his connection with the royal family, they were like, "Yep, nope." But Jimmy says goes, because like they were closer to him than they were to her.
Yeah, true. And I mean,
she was just fucking one of the kids.
He was their fucking unofficial marriage counselor.
That is fucking weird. That is so strange.
He was their unofficial marriage counselor.
So weird. And
how wild is that? Like,
yeah,
a dude who's never been married and claims to, like, he's like, oh, I don't really like relationships and this and that. It's like, and these motherfuckers came out and said that they're taking marriage advice from him.
Yeah, in what world would that
even make sense anyway? Even if he wasn't abusing kids.
It is. It's fucking crazy. You want fucking this guy giving you marriage advice when he's never really had a relationship outside of his fucking own mother's. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so strange.
I'm gonna take relationship advice from a guy that fucking dresses like Ric Flair.
Yeah. Woo!
That is a Ric Flair.
That is a Ric Flair.
Come on.
Ric Flair is secretly Jimmy Savile.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's so crazy. So, as much as Savile seemed comfortable rubbing elbows with the upper echelons of power, his childhood upbringing told a different story. I grew up with adults, which meant I didn't have anything to say. Savile shared in an interview with writer Dan Davies, author in Plain Sight, The Life and Lives of Jimmy Savile. I finished up with big ears, listening to everything, and big eyes watching everything. A brain that wondered why grown-ups did what they did. And to me, like, was he molested as a boy? I don't really think so. I like if he got caught when he was alive,
that
and he claimed
relationship with his mom was kind of fucking weird, wasn't it?
Oh, we'll get to that. He loved Mommy Dearest. Oh, the Duchess. I love the Duchess. So fucking crazy. So in interviews, Jimmy Savile is mostly mum on his relationships with his father. However, Savile's relationship with his mother, Agnes, whom he called the Duchess, was a clear cause of contention in his life. I wasn't her favorite by any means, Savile once said about growing up in a household where he had to jockey for her attention. I was the fourth or fifth in the pecking order. And it seems like he needed his approval from his mom almost. Like that whole relationship is fucking strange.
Mm-hmm. Everything about this guy is fucking strange.
Yeah, it's fucking like weird. It's so weird. And why I always like, we say mom over here, but they go mom. Did you guys do that in Ireland too? Mom, my mommy?
No, we would say like older old school people would say my ma.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Or ma'am, M-A-M, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Yeah, it's weird.
I wonder if that's why we say ma over here, because that's a very like East Coastish thing too, and there's a ton of Irish heritage like on this side of the country.
And one of my Tom's thoughts on the doc, I did write down that his sister and mom look like reptiles. So I don't know when that came up, but I had that thought as I was watching the doc. But I don't know, like, see, this is maybe the image. Look at some of this, like, look at that one chick, man. They look creepy in their own right. Like, look at that one chick up in the top, like one of his sisters. She like
his dad in the middle.
Teeth. Yeah, his dad is creepy looking, eh?
Yeah.
Savile's at my door again.
Yeah, his dad kind of looks like Nosferatu a little bit. Like it looks like a vampire.
Yeah, actually, bring that back up.
I think that Savile is a vampire.
Dude,
he's a psychic vampire. Another one of my thoughts was his whole family looks fucking weird. Mom looked like she loved to beat him.
Do we know any more history on the family? Do we know any of
it's such a muddy shit. It's so muddy, Aaron, right? Am I right? Is it not? It's not. You don't really know too much about his family. We'll get into his brother later on. I think it is time. 10 milligram comps coming in about an hour. I'm gonna eat my edible. So this is
oh wow, it sounds like fucking Tom is sending voice notes on Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
Where's the apple?
I know. It seems every time.
Apple.
Every time I'm sending voice notes about stuff, I'm always eating an apple.
Or pissing.
Or pissing.
Or pouring a liquid of some sort.
Yeah, it always sounds like I'm taking a piss, but I'm like, it is quite funny because I'm always eating an apple. And Anton made the joke that what was your joke about the apple? Like Scary Movie?
Oh yeah, like it's the scene from Scary Movie 3 where her hat just keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's like every time you take a bite, it turns away and it comes back in the apple.
I can never finish the apple because it's just growing as I'm like James and the Giant Peach.
It goes from like apple sized to softball sized to basketball sized to beach ball sized.
So let's talk about Jimmy Savile and his mother. His mother. When his father died in early 1950s, Savile used his DJ money to make up for lost time, and he bought his mother an apartment and regularly showered her with expensive gifts. She later became his public companion. It is known and now believed that Savile used his relationship with his mother to rebuff the idea of him ever getting close to someone romantically. When Savile's mother suddenly died in 1972, it was expected that he'd be devastated. With his newfound money and fame, it was clear that he was on a mission to prove that he was worthy of her love. His relation, it is very like codependent. And that's also not good either. But then mothers can be very protective and influencing in a bad way in some relationship regards. And it does happen where
any relationship can be toxic, or it doesn't matter if it's maternal, paternal. Like,
you know what it reminds me of? Have you guys seen Red Dragon?
Yeah, of course.
His relationship with his mother.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that Savile's relationship was something like that. with his mom, like some sort of weird. I could imagine, especially as a kid in this time era, I feel like if people suffered from mental health or had weird shit going on in their head, that they would, and especially like if you think of that time era and how like fathers were like always beating their kids or throwing them in the mud and be like, be a man kind of shit. And moms could do the same thing, beating kids with wooden spoons and all that shit, right? Like,
Tom is living past trauma.
Yeah. My mom beat me with a wooden spoon. She actually beat me with a chain. It was our Sunday afternoon fun time. What are you doing there, weirdo?
Me?
Yeah.
Fucking wig is like killing my head right now.
Is it itchy? You gotta keep it on for another fucking 2 hours. So it is weird because, however, Savile talked about her death bringing him peace. A very disturbing sort of peace. We were together all her life, and there was nothing we couldn't do. I got an audience with the Pope. Everything. Savile explained in one interview, but then I was sharing her. But when she died, she was all mine. The best 5 days of my life was spent in the Duchess's, with the Duchess when she was dead. She looked marvelous. She belonged to me. It was wonderful. It's wonderful, is death. That is fucking creepy.
Yeah, that's deranged.
Aaron, you wanna get into a little bit about what's your thoughts on him staying with his mom for a fucking week with her dead body?
Well, I actually don't know what I make of it, to be honest. It is fucking freakish, and then like,
what you're saying, you would do it? Would you, if your mom died, would you spend 5 days alone with her body?
Well, I mean, I don't know what way it is with you guys, like with that whole thing of the wake and stuff.
But yeah, so. Yeah, what is it like in Canada, Tom?
Oh, we throw bodies off of cliffs. That's what we do.
Cool.
Yeah, we feed them to, there's a massive pit of beavers, and this is where our dead bodies go. We cover them in syrup, and then we toss them off a massive cliff, and then the beavers go to town, and we have to keep the beavers fed, or they will take over Canada and eat every man, woman, and child.
That's horrifying. You guys have a weird culture.
We a lot of times in at least like we've had stuff where you see the body, right, and like it's creepy as fuck in my opinion.
But is it in home or is it in a parlor? Like,
it's in a parlor. It's
okay, same.
Yeah, it's more in a parlor. They they doll them up. You come and say your grievances. A lot of people I know, like my grandparents and my aunt and uncle, and they all got kind of cremated. Everyone that I've known that has been close to me that has died has mostly been cremated. Yeah, so I still have my grandparents' ashes, and I kind of want to put it in a skull. I was going to do that.
Did you guys used to have like in-home viewings as well, and then like funeral parlors became a thing, and then that was the place to
I don't know, because I'm sure that did happen back in the day. That shit's creepy, but I'm sure in Ireland they love doing that. Don't you guys like drink around the dead body and like pour fucking whiskey in their mouth and slap around a bit? Huh?
I wouldn't go that far, like, but having the body waked out in the house is still like a thing. Like I had a friend who hung himself, and he had an open casket, like waked out at home.
Oh, that's
so yeah. I don't know what like determines it. I don't really know if it's the family or whatever, but like. Now, I'm not saying that it's a normal thing or normal behavior for a grown man to spend 5 days with his mother's body.
Okay, we know we're gonna get into his history of necrophilia. So.
Well, sometimes that is better.
Oh my God, they're easy to molest. But do you think that we're going to get into it very soon of some of the most disturbing aspect of this? Do you think that he was? You think he was fondling Mama? You think he was touching the Duchess? Touching the Duchess.
Here's a question. Did she? How would I phrase this? Where did he get this behavior?
Yeah.
That was going to be my question is, do we know, like, if they were that close, can we speculate?
Had she been, like, fucking him when he was a kid and stuff?
Yeah. And, like, to be honest, that I'm sure happened back in the day more than we think, because there's a lot of there's some serial killers and stuff that have that connection where their moms may have been molesting them. And we always hear about fathers doing it, but it does happen where mothers molest young boys and stuff like that. And I don't think it gets talked about as much, like the teacher stuff, but like sometimes those teachers are hot and you want to give those 17-year-olds a high five. You're like, good job, man. Aaron shook his head and thumbs up. I want to do that for a Patreon episode is discuss like the teacher connection with like kids and how often that female teachers do carry relationships, sexual relationships with younger boys, usually teenagers.
Tom just needs confirmation for his teenage spank bank.
At the time when I was a teenager, I couldn't. Yeah. I don't know if I would say no.
Let's transport ourselves back to like 16 or 17 years of age, and I'm not even trying to be funny here. And like picture, somebody that you would be extremely attracted to as a teacher, and they made advances on you.
Yeah.
Do you think that you would?
I probably, yeah. I was a sick pervert, so. Anton's like, yeah. There was one coach. No,
I don't think I was ever in any teachers. No.
Yeah, and it's always creepy because I've told the story that there was a teacher that I think she was 17. She might have been just 18.
Oh wait, one.
I see, and they had sex or whatever, and he was like this nice teacher, and everyone loved him, and funny Mr. Davidson. And then he got kicked out of the school or whatever, and then I saw him I went to another school. Because my mom would force me to, she's like, you either get a job or you go to school. And I hated school. So I eventually did go to a job. So she like would drag me to her work to go to this school. And he was there. And I was like, what's going on, Mr. Davidson? And he like knew me because I was in his class. And I used to cause a whole bunch of ruckus. And he would like, girls would be like, oh, he's cute and stuff like that. And I used to be like, don't fucking talk to that weirdo. You guys are going to regret
that
it.
One teacher who's just way too good of friends with like a whole bunch of female students. They're like, we love him.
Weird. So to psychologist Oliver James, Savile's relationship with his mother was just one sign of how deeply disturbed this man was. He had what is known as a dark trade of a personality characteristics, psychopathy, and narcissism. These are common in famous or powerful people, and part of that mix is a strong likelihood of sexual promiscuity. He wrote in the column of Savile's when they analyzed, I guess, his like psychology, like his brain and his psyche. Such people are often able to slide effortlessly between personas. They're usually impulsive and they're stimulus seekers, easily attracted to substance abuse, risky sex, and gambling. Savile must have had a fantastical inner life, grandiose, wild, and desperate. While his main predilections was for girls and young women, he sometimes ranged from 5 to 75-year-olds of both sexes, and it seems may engaged into necrophilia, which we will dig into later.
5 to 75. Who were the 75-year-olds? Is that just speculation about his mom? Like,
he's Richard.
Are there actual? Well, yeah.
Ramirez did not care. He was like, whatever.
But are there actual like examples of that?
What did you just say?
Me?
Yeah.
You.
I said, so long as they're sexy, he doesn't care what age they're.
Yeah. I did that one where like the two old women, God, fucking, that's going to be a crazy deep dive. But like that is like, it's just,
were there instances, like cases, like accusations, or like people that
I'm sure. Yeah. There must have been of why this guy would even claim this. So in a famous interview with Lynn Barber, published The Independent on Sunday, Savile talks about finding relief in being knighted in 1990 because it got him off the hook, in quotations.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Delicious things to eat. The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy, the chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Oh, yay. I've lived a couple years with the tabloid sniffing about, asking around the corner shops, everything, thinking there must be something the authorities knew that they didn't. Savile's said, whereas in actual fact, I've got to be the most boring geezer in the world because I ain't got no past. And so if anything else, it was ginormous relief when I got the knighthood because it got me off the hook, is his actual quote. Fucking weird.
That's fucked up how that can be a thing, though. It's like the Queen says I'm cool, so I'm cool.
Yeah. In a limp attempt at addressing the sexual abuse rumors of the time, he told reporters, "I never in a million years would he let a kid or 5 kids past his front door. I hated children. Hated them." Because that's what his whole claim would be. Would be like, I fucking, I don't even like kids. I hate kids. Ew. But it's just like, then why are you roaming around a hospital, homie? Why is that happening, dude?
Yeah, why are you inserting yourself in all these situations? Exactly.
Yeah, like it is fucking weird. Man, this guy.
Well, in what world would that be a place that, oh god, God.
Those look like the teeth I have. It's funny because I got these sharp looking, like almost like monstrous reptilian teeth, but my first go-to, I just couldn't get them in time, was literally like, it was called hillbilly teeth, because we all know the British have terrible teeth.
Oh my God.
Yes. So never ever I'd feel very uncomfortable. Nor he said he would take children for a ride in his car unless they had their parents with him. You can't risk that. Take that risk. Oh, I'm sure. Savile. Sure. Are we ready to go from knighthood to Dark Knight?
Please tell me you're going to insert a Batman sound right there.
Jimmy's career as a DJ and TV presenter was his ticket to fame, but using his name to raise money for sick children is what made him a beloved star. And even the most powerful people in the United Kingdom wanted to associate with him, including former Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. In a heavily redacted correspondence between the Prime Minister Thatcher and the senior civil servant Robert Armstrong in 1983, Armstrong shares his misgivings about granting Savile knighthood, which he was knighted 3 times, as far as I'm concerned. As far as I know, fears have been expressed that Savile might have not been able to refrain from exploiting his knighthood in a way which brought the honors system into disrepute, he writes.
So, what exactly do you get for being knighted? Like, what's the perks other than sir? And like, I'm sure access to certain aspects of high society that others aren't granted access to.
I don't really know. I don't really know what really you get, like a blowjob from the Queen or something. Like, I don't really know. She takes out her teeth and you get a hop.
Just slide into that cloaca.
Ew, fucking disgusting. Aaron, do you know like what the purpose of the knighthood really is, or just to be honored by the royal family?
You're closest.
Yeah. I think that's it. I'm just looking it up here. So getting a knighthood gives the recipient global recognition for their outstanding service. It's good for the country and for our profile in the world. It will improve the person's standing and profile within British society.
So strange. So in another letter, Armstrong, so he essentially, this guy in 1980, Thatcher appointed Jimmy Savile as the fundraiser for Stoke Mandeville Hospital. He already won her favor and influence. So despite warnings, Thatcher lobbied for his knighthood anyway, because she was corrupt as fuck. It's funny how people put these people on a pedestal when they're pedos on a pedestal. In another letter to Armstrong, Thatcher's secretary writes, Thatcher, warns how many more times his name is going to be pushed aside, especially in the view of all the great work he has done at Stoke Mandeville Hospital. So why do British people, they say, they don't say like I'm going to the hospital, they say I'm going to hospital. They don't like put the in there. in there. Is that a thing? Why is I know what's his name did a joke about that really clean comedian. What's his name? You know the guy. Do you know the guy?
Did you put the cigar in your mouth to emphasize that it was Bill Cosby?
No, that's funny though. I like that. What's his fucking name? The very clean Jim Gaffigan makes a joke about how like they don't put this go to hospital.
Why do you call going to the pharmacist going to the chemist?
Why?
I don't know. I'm asking.
What?
It's a pharmacist down here. It's not a chemist.
That's what they say in Britain?
I thought you guys said chemist.
No, we don't say chemist. Am I going to...
You say chemist? Okay.
Really?
I knew somebody said chemist.
Going to fucking Walter White to get your fucking pills.
I need my antibiotics. Jesse, we gotta cook.
So let's get into his relationship a little bit with like essentially Margaret Thatcher is like she like signed him to essentially kind of like she like wanted, and she looks creepy as fuck too. So look at that fucking weird hairdo she's got. The case of Jimmy Savile is difficult.
Thinking about 17 ways that I could skin you alive, dear.
Yeah. To which Armstrong responded, the case of Jimmy Savile is difficult. Mr. Savile is a strange and complex man. He deserves high praise for the lead he offers in giving a quiet background to help the sick, but he made no attempt to deny the accounts in the press about his private life. In the end, of course, Thatcher got what she wanted, and Savile received his knighthood. Later, sexual assault investigation at the Stoke Mandeville Hospital found that Savile abused patients as young as 8 years old. Which is fucking crazy. One attack even took place in the hospital's chapel. According to a report in 2015, Savile, who claimed to be a Roman Catholic, abused a young girl named only as Victim 24, for a period of 5 years. He molested this little girl. So fucked up, man. Crazy.
Now, when you go back in time to smother little Jimmy Savile in his crib, use a hammer to smother him.
Yes.
That is supposed to be me, as. What did I ever do to you that you would draw that picture of me?
Everything.
Super times for all. No danger about it. In fact, let me tell you, if you don't work in a hospital, you really are missing something. In fact, you're missing everything.
Isn't that frightening?
Well, that's a real fucking clip.
Yes, a real clip. And they're filming him while he's showing a picture for all the audio listeners of like, it looks like some sort of monster that this child drew of him. And then it's like, why would you draw that of me? Why? And then it's because you did everything, and people just push this off. And this child, this little girl was probably horrified of this man, and he's truly a monster. You know, kids always are scared of the monster in the closet, but that monster most likely is Jimmy Savile. No thoughts?
Can I take this tracksuit off now?
No. Victim 24 said, every time I went into the room, I just knew he would touch me wherever he wanted to touch me, which is fucked up. All right, are we ready? This is going to get even darker. How dark can we go? Let's go into the timeline of abuse. The timeline of abuse. Maybe a song will make it sound a little less disgusting. So, are you ready? This is so fucked up, everybody. If you guys want to jump in at any time with thoughts, do so. Butt in, Aaron. I want to give you the floor sometimes. Just I talk a little too much because I will fill dead air wherever I go. So just butt in.
There's no such thing as dead air when you're around.
It's true. There is no such thing. This is also, I just want to show this picture because this is weird. Look at that. Two reptilians standing together.
Fuck Elvis.
What's that?
Elvis? I know. What is that jacket? He's wearing like an Elvis weird, like hospital kind of like.
Elvis, it's the Paramount Studios. Yeah, it's the Paramount logo.
Weird.
So that must have been on the set of some movie somewhere.
Yeah, that is strange. Elvis connections. It's him.
Did Elvis
with
film
Elvis.
movies anywhere in England? Let's find out.
Elvis. Elvis looks like he just looks too perfect. And there is a video, and I'll try to find it and post it on the strangebrew.podcast Instagram. People go follow that because our other account got shut down for a cartoon dick and some serial killer memes. But there is a video supposedly of Elvis shapeshifting, and he's like standing with this little girl, and you can see her get frightened kind of, and he like his face shifts and into like, you can like how when people claim obviously the shapeshifting reptilians, like when you see Hillary Clinton do, is the same kind of thing where you see his face kind of morph and almost like look semi-scaly and shit. It's fucking weird. Have you guys ever seen that video? It is strange.
So the 1967 film Double Trouble is set in England. That might have been the one.
Yeah, that could be possibly. So we're ruling that Elvis is a reptilian, right?
Yeah, fuck him.
Yeah, it's fuck, because he also talked about being abducted by aliens and stuff like that too. Me and Billy talked about that way back on our like one of the celebrity episodes we've done, because that shit's weird. Aaron, what are you looking at?
You guys froze there. I don't know what happened.
We're just, what are you
Tom
doing?
went on
there,
a
bud?
reptilian rant, and we got shut down by the powers that be again.
Yeah, much like our AI episode.
I agree.
It's a ghost in the machine. It's funny. Like here's another Tom thoughts on the doc. Creepy jokes, and audience would just laugh. Like when he would say stuff, they would be like, "Ha ha ha! So funny, so funny." He's claiming to be a fucking creepazoid.
There's actually, I'm going to jump in and take a little bit of a turn away
Before the timeline of abuse.
Yeah, away from Jimmy for a second. And I had sent you images of this. I don't know if you have them or not. So in 2007, when Jimmy was interviewed regarding allegations dating back to the 1970s, he was asked about the insufficient evidence. In 2009, he defended viewers of child porn, which included Gary Glitter. He argued that viewers didn't do anything wrong, but they are demonized. He said Gary has not tried to sell them, not tried to show them in public or anything like that. It were for his own gratification. Whether it was right or wrong, of course, is up to him as a person. Again, for some reason, the interview wasn't released until after Jimmy died. So, for people who don't know, yeah, this fucking weird
the song that's played in like every fucking stadium in the US.
Yeah, it's funny because on one of my notes of watching the doc, I just put "fuck Gary Glitter."
For real though, and why is that shit still played in like arenas?
Yeah, true.
Like,
it was in what you call it? It was in the Joker movie.
What?
What's the name of the song? Rock and Roll.
Right, it was like Rock and Roll number 2 or something like that.
Yeah, it was in that new Joker movie. So for people who don't know,
look at his face. How many injections did you take in your face, bro? He looks creepy as fuck.
Yeah, that face looks like it was crafted out of like
he has a wild story as well.
Clay.
I was gonna say old cheese.
He has a really strange story. So for people who don't know, Gary Glitter is an English former glam rock singer who achieved major success in the 1970s and 80s. He sold over 20 million records and had over 26 hit singles and spent a total of 180 weeks in the singles charts in the UK. In 1997, he was arrested after a technician discovered child porn while repairing his laptop. In 1999, he was sentenced to 4 months in prison and was placed on the sex offenders register in the UK after admitting to downloading over 4,000 images of child porn. He was cleared of a charge. He was then cleared of a charge of having sex with a 14-year-old girl in the 1970s. Once released in early 2000s,
he was cleared of a charge, you just said?
Yeah. Right.
Fuck?
Of raping a girl in 1970. Right. So once he was released in early 2000, he decided to leave the UK and he fled on his yacht to Spain. Upon his identity becoming known by locals, he then fled to Cuba and then later to Cambodia. In 2002, he was detained on previous sex offenses and was deported back to Thailand and then ended up settling in Vietnam.
That's a perfect place to go. We know what happens in Vietnam.
In 2005, he applied for permanent residency in Vietnam, and the authorities became aware of his banning from a nightclub for allegedly groping a teenage waitress. Later that year, he fled his home, and a 15-year-old girl was found living at his house. He was arrested in November 2005, attempting to board a flight to Bangkok. 6 Vietnamese girls aged 11 to 23 claimed that Glitter had sex with them. The charges of rape were once again dropped due to lack of evidence, although he did admit an 11-year-old girl slept in his bed. He could have faced execution by firing squad if he had been convicted of rape.
What? They should have done that. Blow that guy out of the fucking water.
For fucking real.
After receiving payments from Glitter, the family appealed for clemency for him. So they basically dropped everything and just said, like, that's all good. We got money.
Sounds like what people have done in the politics.
This gets more wild. This gets more wild for him. So in March 2006, Glitter was tried on charges of committing obscene acts with 2 girls and was found guilty and sentenced to 3 years in prison. He had multiple health problems while in jail, and upon his release, he was set to come back to the UK. While on a stopover in Bangkok, he refused to get on board a flight to London due to health issues, even though he was cleared fit to travel by a doctor. He then claimed he was a free man and refused to move from the airport. He took a flight to Hong Kong and claimed he was suffering from a heart attack and requested medical treatment. Hong Kong refused to let him stay and sent him back to Thailand the following day. Over 19 countries refused him entry, and he returned to the UK in 2008, where he was met by police and added to the sex offenders register once again. When he got out, he stated that he planned to release an unfinished album. In 2012, ITV aired a Savile documentary that contained claims about Gary Glitter also. It was said he raped a young girl in Savile's dressing room. In 2015, he was convicted of attempted rape, 4 counts of indecent assault, and having sex with a girl under the age of 13. He received 16 years in prison.
Whoa, he actually went to jail for that long?
Now, here's the kicker. On February 3rd, 2023, so like 3 weeks ago, he was released on license after serving half his term due to sentencing guidelines in place at the time of his historic offenses.
That's fucked. It's like that murderer that we interviewed. I don't believe, now looking back on it, I've said that I don't really believe half the shit that he says, but like how he's trying to appeal it and stuff. And we know that if most likely he is actually in jail, but for what? It's hard to tell, but it is weird that this stuff can exist for so long and these people can keep going about this. And the thing I wanted to point out is that these people travel in packs much like wolves. And this is why people have to be very aware of the stuff that's happening with Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and all these people that seem to be very connected to each other and riding planes a lot to an island called Pleasure Island. It also looks like the background of Ellen DeGeneres' show, which is also quite strange. And Disney, also, that connection of why the Disney cruise stop at the Epstein Island, all that stuff seems to be interconnected. And I think this rabbit hole goes much deeper than anyone will ever think. Do you want me to play that clip, Aaron? Is that what you want? Do you want me to play that clip now? The raw footage?
Which one?
The one with Ralph Harris. Because isn't Gary Glitter's real name is Ralph Harris, right?
No. That's another different fella. I mean, I can jump into that bit.
Okay, which is Gary Glitter's name real? Is name Gary Glitter? But it's because it says when I looked it up, I had Jimmy Savile, Gary Glitter, and then it said Ralph Harris. Ralph. See, if you like, as soon as you like kind of click it, that's one of the first.
Oh yeah, he's another fucking creep.
Are we gonna save him till later?
Top corner. Yeah, like all these fucking weirdos. Look, I'll get into it now. Sure, I might as well talk about it now. So, there was a thing called, a lot of people have probably heard of this, Operation U-Tree. So it was a British investigation into the sexual crimes of Savile and others. Some, but not all, of the suspects were connected to Savile. By October 2015, 19 people had been arrested, and 7 of these led to convictions. Many of the suspects were celebrities and included allegations against Cliff Richard.
Who's Cliff
Richard?
Christmas song Mistletoe and Wine. Never heard of it. Wow. He's the number 3 best-selling artist ever after Elvis and the Beatles.
Are you fucking serious? Why haven't I ever heard this douche's name?
He went on to be
What's his name?
Cliff Richard.
Yeah. Oh, weird. Never heard of this dude. I'm sure, I'm sure.
Oh, I know his face. What the fuck do I know his face from?
I'm sure like older audience members. It is fun, but I know that there's one person that left a review a while ago, and they're like, I'm a 64-year-old grandmother or something. I love this show. And I was like, awesome.
So for him, his name has cropped up quite a lot, but he went on to be cleared due to insufficient evidence, of course.
Of course.
And he actually took the BBC to the High Court and won £250,000 in damages.
Wow. That's fucking crazy.
There's another guy by the name of Jimmy Tarbuck, who was a comedian, singer, and game show host. He was also named in it. And Sigmund Freud's grandson.
What? Really?
Mm-hmm.
See, all these people are intra-connected.
The Freud thing doesn't surprise me, though.
No.
So in late 2015, U-Tree was folded into Operation Winter Key. There were also other multiple convicted
I'm sorry.
celebrities, such as radio DJ Dave Lee Travis, not related to Savile or crimes against children. Max Clifford, who was a high-profile publicist. He worked for a lot of high-profile celebrities. He had said that many clients contacted him after Savile was outed, fearing that they would be next, and said, now wait to hear this, right? Now, this motherfucker was actually convicted, right? This publicist was convicted, and he was working as a publicist for all these other celebrities who feared that they were going to be next once Savile was outed. And this fellow was one of them. Max Clifford is his name.
Max Clifford.
Yeah.
Does he have a big red dog?
He was quoted as saying, back in those days, they didn't check people's birth certs before having sex with them.
What? So like he's like, oh yeah, we just didn't. Yeah, she looked young, but she was most likely 18. We just don't know.
Right. He was convicted and he got 8 years in prison, and he died from cardiac arrest in his cell in 2017.
Look at this. Look at this now. Look at this now. All of them are interconnected, I'm very sure. What does everyone think of this guy?
Pretty cool dude.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Have you seen his face now?
Yeah.
What's this guy's fucking nuts? What's his name again? Simon Cowell. Simon Cowell is for the audio listeners, we're showing a picture of Simon Cowell with this creepazoid, and man, his new face looks fucked up. These people that think that like, oh, I want to stay young. You look like you're having a stroke, man. Like that shit is creepy as fuck. And that's what I'm saying. These people are probably interconnected. Do you want me to play this clip now?
No, that just looks like Botox, doesn't it?
Yeah. Do you want me to play this clip now, sir?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, here we go.
Grab that position about there. That's good. Yeah. That's good.
Rolf, I know that the Australians aren't affected by hierarchy and things like that, but I did notice that you kissed Sir Jim's ring when he came in. Is this an exception for you?
It was somewhere for the bishop.
I mean, we go back a long time. What was it? Several weeks ago, wasn't it, when we first met?
Several weeks, yeah. You've been playing your records a long time, though.
Well, we played a couple of them over the years in the 60s.
1,000 times have I played. Don't Be Cruel, Blue Suede Shoes.
Yes.
All those things with this young man.
Okay. That's it. Lovely. Good night. Okay. Straight at me. 1, 2, 3.
You have to get Rob back here and do an over their shoulder shot of me listening. Is this the finished product, Rob?
Yeah.
Is it?
May I present that to you, Sir James? Is it Sir James or Sir Jimmy?
No, it's Jimmy today.
Sir Jimmy.
Yeah. Today's fee dictates it's Jimmy. Sir James comes a lot more expensive.
Oh, I see. I didn't know they were giving you a fee.
My goodness gracious.
What do you think of that?
I have never been...
Well, you've never looked at it yet. What are you talking about? Or you're watching it upside down?
I'm looking at it upside down. I've got Antipodean eyes and I can see it upside down. What do I see? I see strong character lines. I see liquid brown eyes. I see the firm jutting chin. All together makes
nothing like
a horrible sight.
Such a creepy fuck.
Well, like when you look at that clip, you kind of obviously you're looking at Savile and you're going, okay, he's a weird fuck or whatever. This other dude, Ralph Harris, who is an Australian musician and painter, but he was like super famous in the UK. I remember being young, and like he had a shit ton of those like like those kids art shows.
Oh yeah,
where they would like show you how to like do shit that you would never be able to do at home anyway, but it was just like the kids would
like
watch.
Art Attack.
Yeah,
I think that guy's probably got some.
Well, the guy that done Art Attack over here
secrets.
at least was
Really?
yeah. He got
seriously.
He was.
Yep.
Fuck?
So Ralph Harris, that guy you just saw in that clip with Jimmy, he got 5 years and 9 months in prison and was released in 2017. It was said that he was too famous and powerful at the time for anything to be done about it, but everybody knew. Chris Denning, who was another radio DJ, got 13 years in prison after being in trouble multiple times in the UK, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia.
All these people are interconnected.
Michael Salmon, who was a doctor at the Stoke Mandeville Hospital. Now, okay, this I don't believe, but apparently he had no connection to Savile. Okay, and he never spent any time with Savile in the hospital, even though Savile done most of his charity work for this exact hospital.
Was this one of the ones that he had the keys to and just could
Yeah, like
go wherever
this
the fuck
was
he
like
pleased?
the one that gets mentioned in all the documentaries, all the podcasts. This Stoke Mandeville Hospital. This
Yeah.
dude was like one of the head doctors there, but apparently they say that he had no connection to Jimmy.
Him
He was
jangling his fucking
sentenced
keys.
He was
jingle jangle.
sentenced to 22 years in prison.
This guy? Oh,
Yep.
that's fucked.
For the same, like similar crimes like rape and abuse and all this crazy shit.
Sounds like he was lower on the totem pole.
He died from sepsis in prison in 2018, and another 12 yet to be named celebrities were also investigated but haven't been convicted so far. 600 people gave information in the report. The report was titled "Giving Victims a Voice," which you can actually get the free PDF that details all the different accounts of everything.
So wait, 600 people for like everyone involved with that?
Over 600 people, yeah, on this report. And like they named, and some of the victims named multiple, like, so there's victims that said like, well, I had an interaction with Savile and then that led into an interaction with Ralph Harris, or that led into an interaction with this person or that person.
They all run in the same circle.
600 people
I mean, that
information.
that seems to be the case, doesn't it?
And 450 plus were directly related to Jimmy Savile, with 328 of them being children at the time they were attacked.
You know how many people that is? That is so many. And the thing is, we only know surface level. I really do think, because there's like how there's connections to, I wish I could find, I try to look for the MP that supposedly, this is the one that David Icke talks about, where they were getting children and going on this boat that had a very suspicious name, and they would take these kids out into like the water and then like molest them, murder them, and then toss them overboard and shit.
So the last bit of this then, obviously both of you guys know who Peter Sutcliffe is.
Yeah. Which will be an episode on its own, but that shit's fucking weird, man.
Oh, yeah. So there you go again. Like, look, Jimmy
Holy
Savile
fuck.
in a picture with fucking Peter Sutcliffe. How?
The Yorkshire fucking Ripper, an
Right.
infamous serial killer.
So when he was serving a string of life sentences for the murder of 13 women in the late 70s and early 80s, he struck up a friendship with none other than Jimmy Savile. Savile would visit Sutcliffe in his cell and drink tea with him. He painted several canvases for Savile to take home to his apartments as gifts. When Irene Richardson's body was found in Leeds, this is, I sent you, I don't know if you have the image or not.
Which one?
Even if you type in Peter Sutcliffe, Jimmy Savile,
Yeah,
it'll probably come up in the images on Google. I found this fucking bizarre, and I didn't actually know that this had happened, and apparently it was like massively publicized at the time.
Jimmy Savile.
It's just so bizarre to me how he had connections with so many different fucking like.
Yeah, like creepy fucking people.
Okay, so this image here of the map with the two red circles.
Oh yeah.
Right. So When Irene Richardson's body was found in Leeds, it was extremely close to Savile's penthouse flat, which featured floor-to-ceiling windows, a private lift to hide visitors, and secret microphones and cameras to record everything going on. Many believe Savile was the second Ripper and may have been involved in some capacity with these murders. In 2009, after Savile's death, it was revealed that he had been investigated several times and questioned for his involvement in some of the Yorkshire Ripper murders, and impressions
Whoa.
of the teeth had been taken to match them to bite marks found on the breasts of Irene Richardson, who was found
No shit.
whose body was found less than 100 meters from Jimmy Savile's penthouse apartment.
That is fucking crazy, because and it's weird because we're going to lead into eventually talking about Peter Sutcliffe and like the Yorkshire Ripper, but the connections with that is weird. It's also, you see that stuff with certain serial killers, like supposedly, right, the connection with homie out west, the pig farmer Robert Picton, with like supposedly the Trudeau family and shit like that. There's some in the RCMP. I think that the people that allude to that maybe serial killers can, and some of them were under mind control and you know, big time conspiracy of them being puppeted for the purpose of fear and exhuming this energy, this fear energy that certain lizards love to lick up. That I do think that these all have some weird connections to some strange shit, because that shit is fucking crazy. That he had connections to the Yorkshire Ripper.
It's, I would say, what the logical next step for somebody that's clearly like a power hungry monster would be murder. Yeah, like.
And that's why I'm saying there's that connection that David Icke always talks about them. His connection to I can't remember what MP it was, but some politician, and he would get kids for them and certain people. And he essentially, why he was allowed to go about his business the way he did is because he would be the active person that would get children for these people. They would go to him. He was kind of their connection through all these hospitals and stuff like that. And that's why it goes deep into the royal family and stuff.
There's a really short clip on YouTube of Sutcliffe's cellmate, I think it was, being interviewed like years later and asked about it, and he's the one, I think, who like confirmed the whole thing. He was like, yeah, Jimmy used to just like arrive and he would come in and like chat with Sutcliffe, and they were like, well, what would he talk about? He's like, well, a lot of times I think, you know, you'd be asked to like leave or whatever, and he would go in and like have tea and biscuits and like chill out. And
that's weird, his influence of like people not really caring or noticing in some way.
I think he helped Sutcliffe get materials and got him into an art class while he was incarcerated, so he could make a replica bust of Elvis Presley's head for his wife.
That's fucking weird. So she can like put it in her box or something. Like, that's fucking. And the Elvis connection is also weird, because I think that Elvis probably did some shady ass stuff behind closed doors.
And another weird one is there's another picture of Jimmy Savile with Elvis, and it's not actually Elvis.
What do you mean?
Elvis impersonator.
Was that the one that we saw before, where he was in the Paramount coat?
No, I think there's another one where where they're holding the.
That looks just like Elvis, though.
Yeah. One of those, I'm not sure which one. One of those is not Elvis.
That's weird.
That one right there looks like it wouldn't be. Over two to the, yep, right there. That one.
That's fucking weird.
Although I don't know, that also does look. No, that's Elvis. Never mind.
Elvis was young.
That picture's way clearer. Yeah.
There's that show that they have coming. You know, and then the good old Beatles connections.
That is scary.
I know, frightening.
Just him out of that and just have him. That is.
I'm not watching that show for the show. I'm not.
I thought they've been talking about doing it for a while, and I was looking to see if I could watch it before this episode, but it's not. I don't think it's fully out.
Dude, I couldn't even make it through Dahmer.
This shit goes.
Who's your best pal? Tell me.
That one is the clip that I was going to add on here, but essentially it's like a recording of Savile like being very creepy and a girl like laughing and in telling, you can tell that she's uncomfortable, much like this clip.
Doctor, look at the screen. It's monstrous. It's revolting.
Thank you for being with us, lovely, lovely lady. Allow me. And now then, do you think, the good doctor, that you could place this over his bonds?
What fucking fever dream of a spliced together Doctor Who episode was that?
That's fucking weird, eh? And like you could tell the guy's face is like, that's fucking strange. Like I just it was on because I have my research, my YouTube kept coming up with clips of Jimmy Savile being creepy, so I just found that one actually.
That's like been edited,
yesterday.
right? Like slowed down in certain spots. Like
So-
that's not
kind
how
of,
it
yeah.
actually played out. Okay,
But it would have been the guy's reaction to him kissing the girl's hands, and
right,
being
right.
creepy,
But
which we'll get to in a
that
bit.
just felt
too.
like a fucking fever dream the way that played out.
All right, I got a task for you, Anton. While we go through the timeline of abuse, I'm gonna stop once or twice, and I want you to give us a funny joke. Either look one up or do something
yeah,
to
yeah, I can do
cleanse the
that.
palate a little bit.
I got you.
Okay, timeline of abuse. 1955, the earliest incident of abuse recorded by police took place in Manchester, where at the time he managed a dance hall. I think that one was just kind of a little bit of a groping incident, like as far as I can remember. In 1960, in one handful of example cases given to the police, a 10-year-old boy asked Savile for his autograph outside of a hotel. Savile took the boy inside and seriously sexually assaulted him. I don't really know why they have to put the serious stuff in, because I'm sure sexual assault should be serious.
Yeah, is it never not serious? No.
Yeah, that's a weird the way they put it. January 1st, 1964, Savile presented the first ever Top of the Pops for the BBC. He had previously been a DJ radio at Radio Luxembourg in 1958. So this stuff was existing and happening for a long time. And where's that picture where you can tell the chick, there was reports that live on television, he would like shove his finger in people's anuses. There's specifically this one. You can tell the chick's like, whoa, like her face looks like instantly. And then she's like, what the fuck? And she like turns. I've heard that this happened all the time. And look at the chick in the background. You can see that she's like looking down, like disgusted almost. Some are laughing because they at the time, it is strange that it was very almost like open, and you see it in like movies like Animal House and all this stuff of like, it's like sexual assault is funny, you know what I mean? And they get away with fucking murder, essentially, like molestation. But
all right, is that my cue?
Yeah,
All
let's
right,
get a joke.
Here's your first adorable animal fact.
Okay, that's better. Yeah,
seahorses get married and perform daily bonding rituals with their other half. Seahorses,
nice.
Seahorses love, folks.
That's nice. I like that. It's good to like. I was like, jokes is a good one, but yeah.
I've got jokes too. No, I'm just a whole palate cleanser.
Give me a joke. Give me a joke.
All right. What kind of dogs do magicians like?
What?
Labracadabra doodles.
Can while I go through some of this, can you get me some Irish and British jokes? Just I just want to hear what you come up with.
Okay.
Offensive as possible. In 1965, I'm just kidding. In 1965, record show abuse started at the BBC at Leeds General Infirmary, where Savile was a longtime volunteer porter, and at Stoke Mandeville Hospital, where he volunteered. So that came out in 1965 of records of abuse. That's crazy how far back it reaches. 1966. This was the start of what police have identified as Savile's peak period for abuse, which lasted a decade. Crazy how long this existed and how freely and open it seemed that he was doing this stuff. Here's a creepy photo for you guys.
Gross.
It's not fucked up. Can I get a joke now? Go on. I see one that you're reading.
Where do sheep go on vacation?
Where?
The Bahamas.
That's okay. So, in 1970, records of show Savile started to abuse girls at Duncroft Girls' School near Staines, Surrey, where he was a regular visitor, and I'm sure that he left some stains in his shorts. Aaron's face. What do you think about that? Do you have any Irish jokes, like one you can think of off the top of your head?
No, not really.
Do you have one, Anton? Did you find one that I would like?
No, I had other shit prepared.
In 1972, another example of Savile's offenses listed by police, he is recorded as groping a 12-year-old boy and two female friends who were attending a record of Top of the Pops. And this stuff is crazy because even in that one doc I watched of Louis Trudeau, how do you say his name? Like Aaron?
Louis Theroux.
Louis Trudeau, that's what his name was? Something like that.
Whatever.
Didn't you watch his show?
Yeah.
Did you watch his show? I'm sure you did, because it seemed like I saw, like, I watched it on the BBC thing, and then I saw that there was like tons of other shows with him.
They're actually really good.
Yeah, like interviewing all sorts of weird people. And he was interviewing one girl, and like Jimmy was just like groping this chick and like screaming in her face and shoving his tongue down her throat and being like, you've been out with your boyfriend, haven't you? You've been a bad, and he kept saying it over and over and over and over again, like this, like you've been a bad little girl or something like that. And she said that it was just obviously disgusting, and that his like cigar, the taste of his because he would just constantly be smoking cigars. And she mentions like the taste of it is a memory imprinted like in her mind, which is fucked.
Sea otters hold hands when they sleep to keep from drifting apart.
That's very cute. That's funny. I like that one. Yeah, keep going with the animal facts. Give me one more.
Parrot parents give their kids unique names and they call each other by them for life. So parrots have individual names.
Really? With each other?
Yep.
Hey,
So their parents give all their kids. Yeah.
I love when people teach parrots to swear, because they don't really know what they're saying. They're just like mimicking you.
Hey, fuckface. Hey, fuckface.
Yeah. What's the one say in wanna get high? And this is like constantly repeats. In the 1980s, at some point in the decade, a female victim is believed to have told the Metropolitan Police she was assaulted in Savile's caravan in the BBC car park. The police file cannot be located, and the investigation officer is now dead. That's fucking strange. 1990, Savile is knighted, also receiving the Papal Knighthood, which... That's really
the Papal Knighthood. So that's
Papal,
like by the Catholic Church.
Yeah. That's
I'm
weird.
Shocked.
I'm
wow,
shocked
the
that
Catholic Church is involved in more fucking horrible.
I for the Patreon episode of me and Billy, finally we got way too drunk and did a rant episode. I showed him like I was showing him like the death of that Pope recently, and it's how creepy they paraded his dead body around. It was frightening, in my opinion. You know, did you guys see that? No?
Nope.
Aaron, you're a little quiet.
I was just reading something about that show you were talking about with Steve Coogan. That's been delayed until at least 2024 due to its sensitivities.
Wow.
The BBC have delayed it potentially indefinitely.
Wow, that's crazy. After they shot a bunch of stuff, they've done the filming. That's crazy. So let's get back to it. After making relationships with high-profile A-listers, including Prince Charles, former royal correspondent Richard Kay, and former royal press secretary Dickie Arbiter, that's a nice name, Dickie Arbiter, revealed how Diane recoiled from the pedophile, supposedly. Kay looked back on the closeness of the future of the heir to the throne and Savile in this documentary. He said he inserted himself into their marriage, as Aaron said, in the way that somebody who would made himself available, and Charles liked having him around. I wonder why. He turned up he would turn up, Diana told me, at the Kingston Palace where she lived uninvited, and would manage to pursue the police on the gate, who never would let anyone in without an invitation to walk in. So somehow he this is why we'll get into him being a magician, because he would persuade people in this weird way of almost like hypnotize them. And he does talk about how he was fascinated about like essentially he started to learn how to hypnotize people in a weird way. He studied it supposedly. And so he got in even though he shouldn't have been allowed. And explain how Diana said that he would sort of come and say, well, I'm just here to check up on you guys. He continued, as she said, that Charles used to use a sort of quip with him, that problem needed sorting out. Oh, so if there was a problem, he would get Jimmy. Jimmy gets to do it. Jim will fix it, kind of thing. And I think she found it slightly unnerving. And this is like, she supposedly even said this, that she didn't like him and found him creepy. And added that Savile would walk in adrift around Diana's apartment. He would also kiss the hand of the secretaries and rub his lips on up their arms. That's fucking strange. He supposedly also did this to Princess Di. He added he licked the princess's hand and she recoiled from that, as she told me it was something rather creepy. Isn't that weird? It's like licking people's hands and shit.
Freak. Fucking
Yeah.
gross.
Can we get another?
Cows have best friends, and they're happier when they're with them.
Why are we killing these things, man, if they have best friends?
Also, there is an abandoned minefield that has accidentally created a penguin sanctuary. The mines keep poachers out, but the penguins are too small to set them off.
Nice. I'm happy for those penguins. In April 2000, in a TV documentary presented obviously by Louis Trudeau, whatever the fuck this guy's name is, Louis, as I would say, Louis, but Savile acknowledges the rumors about him being a pedophile, but denies it. In 2006, Savile co-presents the final Top of the Pops, an occasion that gave rise to one of the allegations made to police. Savile began legal proceedings in 2008 in March against a newspaper that linked him to the abuse of the Jersey children's home. And then in 2009, Savile was interviewed under caution by Surrey police investigating an alleged incident of the assault at Duncroft School. The CPS advised that there was not actual, like, real good evidence, insufficient evidence to take any further action. This was a year of the last offense recorded by the current investigation. Police have given another example of the offense dating from this year, in which a 43-year-old woman was sexually assaulted by Savile on a train, a journey between Leeds and London. In 2011, the scandal breaks. October 29th, Savile dies. That's weird. Him dying almost exactly 2 days shy of when he was born on Halloween. That's a little
Isn't
strange.
that more common than we think? Like, doesn't that happen a lot? Like,
does it though? Why? That'd be a weird synchronicity thing.
I mean, what's the percentage? Like, do we know what the percentage is for?
No, I have not looked into that.
I'm shocked.
I know. Early November, a Newsnight investigation into Savile begins. Reporter Lizzie Mackian, researcher, and Hannah Livingston made contact with the former Duncroft pupils. November, a BBC 11th, and I think in the same year when he died, 2011, a BBC tribute program is aired on BBC One called Savile As It Happened. December 11th, the Newsnight editor Peter Rippin emails reporter Jones telling him to stop working on the other elements of the investigation because it's not strong enough to do so with the evidence that they had. So, and they kept going through all this stuff of the police confirming that they investigated into the historical allegations of all these assaults that occurred at all these different homes, and they started to kind of see the ripple effect in how he was connected to all of this stuff, because essentially the floodgate opened and then all of the information came out, because I don't need to get into all the semantics, but essentially it just started they went deeper and deeper into the investigation, and then obviously the allegations on the BBC premises and all these stories started to break, the Daily Telegraph and the Daily Mail, and it's a huge thing because people started to see all of this stuff trickle out. Because there's there's a lot, essentially, of what leads into this stuff. Because in 2014, research for the BBC confirms that there had been at least 500 reports of abuse by Savile. And the thing is, that could just be the top of the tippity top of the pops, the top of the iceberg, you know?
Oh my God, top of
the... What is your thoughts, Aaron, when this all broke? Because do you remember it over there? And like it coming out at that time? Did you have any, just because you're on that side of the world?
Yeah, and like, do you know what? It seemed like a big deal, but then at the same time, it also kind of seemed like a lot of people were like, yeah, sure.
Yeah. It's
Jimmy
so
Savile. What do you mean?
So
it's like weird because like they were like, it was everywhere, obviously, because it was so like, you know, they like sensationalizing and having like those headlines, but at the same time, I feel like obviously people were disgusted and outraged, but I think equal amounts people were like, well, yeah, of course. It's like we're just, you know,
was that book real?
Yeah,
it has to be, right? At this point, everything has.
Other people's children, for all the audio listeners, and it's Jimmy Savile surrounded by children. It is very creepy. They're also
childminders. Fucking hell! Like,
do I?
It's just so blatant.
There is. See if I can pull it up. Give me a second. I thought I had it. There is another book where it's fucking creepy. It's like a don't talk to strangers like book. I'm gonna see if I can. Kids book. Let's just. Oh yeah, is this it? Yeah. What? Look at this shit. Jimmy Savile introduces Benjamin Rabbit in The Stranger Danger.
No way.
Isn't that fucking nuts? It's a real book.
No way. If it's a real book, find it on eBay.
Look at all the
no, for real. Pull it up on eBay right now.
eBay. This is on Reddit. It's gotta be. You don't think it's real?
I don't know.
It's gonna come up with all this shit. Stranger Danger. Worth point. There you go. Start free trial. You can read his book. That's fuck.
Sold for blank. Sold date blank.
Oh yeah. Weird. You have to sign in. This is the UK, so it looked like it does exist. And I thought I had that. Isn't that like strange?
Click the eBay link. Go down.
Is there an eBay link?
Yeah, there was.
Let's see there. No, it's the truth.
No,
this is.
Yep.
Can I? Is there anywhere for me to?
You should be able to share your screen.
Send you a link, even.
You can share. You can share the screen.
Mm-hmm.
What are you scared? We're gonna see something that you don't want us to see.
Yeah, all my nudie stuff.
So
it's just you practicing TikTok dances, though. It's nothing.
Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready?
I don't know.
Who fucks bodies? Dead bodies, honestly. That's what I have above before we the breakdown of what's coming next. Are we ready to dive into the most disgusting part of this episode? Probably.
I don't know. We're at the 3-hour mark.
Oh, you got the Benjamin. Oh, he found it on eBay.
You found it on eBay?
€6. I think that's what that is.
And if you purchased it, they come to your house and beat you up.
That's crazy. So yeah, it's fucking real. So the sickening extent of Jimmy Savile's depravity was laid bare today as damning reports revealed. The pervert was free to roam hospitals, abusing victims at will, even targeting the dead. The mass of the NHS papers reveal vile Savile boasted about having sex with corpses in a mortuary, posed with bodies and wheeled them around at night, stole glass eyes from the dead and made them into rings, and abused teenage patients in their bed as they recovered from surgery. Isn't that fucking crazy? He was like taking
just like, I can do whatever the fuck I want, whenever the fuck I want.
Yes. Aaron, look at the screen.
Oh my God.
Aaron.
the whole thing is free. Oh wow. Reason for me.
Are you reading
Holy
stuff?
shit.
No, I was trying to fix whatever's going on. Every so often, everything freezes.
Are you gonna be okay? Is it because you're being tapped in by the FBI?
Probably because of what I'm looking at. That shit. Like.
It's so crazy. I've purposely cut that one out for all the audio listeners. It's like it's Jimmy Savile, but his huge cigar is poking Aaron in the face.
It's like directly eye height. But again, stop listening and go watch this episode.
So crazy. So that is crazy that he was making jokes about it. And like posing with the bodies and all that stuff. Like that shit is crazy. What do you like taking like glass eyes and all that shit?
Yeah.
So crazy.
The board game as well at one point.
That was a board game?
No,
Okay.
Jimmy. He had a Jim will fix it board game at one point as well. I do remember that being a thing.
That's crazy. That's so crazy. What would you do in the board game, Aaron?
What's kids?
You try to escape Jimmy Savile. Is that the you gotta hide in like there's like janitor closets and you have to hide into it, like there's horror movies where you're looking through like the slits of the locker, and then you just hear like, "I'm coming, boys. I'll fix it. Jimmy will fix it." He just like says that as he goes, and now then as he's walking through the halls.
Have you guys ever heard of the Wombles?
No.
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 There's a thing in the UK called the Wombles.
Yes.
It was quite big, like years and years ago. They were like they were the best way I could explain them was like, you know, something like the Teletubbies. Similar idea, like those big weird fucking stupid costumes, and they would like play music and instruments and shit. It was a kids show. And they were on the Top of the Pops one time, and Jimmy Savile was actually dressed up as a Womble. And apparently there's a story out there that Jimmy Savile in the Top of the Pops dressing room raped a child while dressed as a Womble.
What? That's
Good
fucking
God.
scary. Oh, there he is.
There we go.
Whoa.
Go.
He's
Oh,
just
look, Jimmy Savile raped 10-year-old something. The very first one.
Oh yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Oh man, that's so fucked up. The boy was joined by a 12-year-old girl, Skull, and invited Peto's dressing room. After a screening of Top of the Pops in December 1973, Savile still had on the Womble costume he wore to present the show. Jesus Christ! When he raped a boy, sexually assaulted a girl. After the presenter put an arm around each of them and told them what happened was a secret. Whoa. This guy is sicker than sick, man. And it's just crazy the connections of all this stuff of him inserting into so many things that would bring in children. You know what I mean? That like this connection, this web. I'm sure that it like, and that's why, you know, whatever people can think what they want of David Icke, but I tend to enjoy his stuff. And the dot connecting and all these things that connect to each other, and I feel like it goes extremely deep, and I don't think anyone will really understand how deep the rabbit hole really goes. You know what I'm saying? You know, God,
I'm so glad that in a few hours I'm gonna be seeing Cocaine Bear.
Cocaine Bear.
It'll flush all this shit away.
So that will be fun. We'll probably end up doing a talk about that because it looks fun. It looks so much fun.
This is just fuck.
All right, one more joke. Can we get a joke before we carry on?
You want a
with
joke
more,
or an animal fact?
More sexual assaults of dead bodies. I want a joke. I need a joke.
Okay. It turns out in a major new study recently found that humans eat more bananas than monkeys. It's true. I can't remember the last time I ate a monkey.
Bailey would fucking shake his head at that. The NHS investigators found he targeted at least 103 victims as he roamed through 28 hospitals across Britain, including the Leeds General Infirmary, Broadmoor, Stoke Mandeville, abusing as he pleased. He bragged about having sex with corpses. A former nurse of Broadmoor said that Savile told her about his appalling activities at the Leeds Hospital, where he was a charity fundraiser and volunteer porter. He said he would muck about, posing with dead bodies of men and women together, taking photographs. That's fucked up. That's so crazy. And that's like, there's a guy that eventually I want to get to, I think Bruce McArthur, the serial killer in was in Toronto putting bodies into planters. He would like pose the bodies and shit like that. Say it's weird how it's these sick sadistic people that have no empathy. You know, guys, what are you thinking about?
Trying to find you some fucking jokes, you picky bastard.
Yeah, that joke was horrible. You gotta go really offensive jokes.
You're asking me to find great jokes right off the cuff on the internet and have them not be jokes that are like horrible.
Yeah. The nurse added, I was a little bit upset because I had no concept in those days of, well, I'd heard of necrophilia, but I didn't understand what it meant. I feel like if he's openly telling you and joking about, and because it says that he kind of like told her what he was doing to the dead bodies, and she's like, that's a little weird. Never heard of that before. Like, that's fucking strange.
Do you want some more Jimmy Savile facts?
Yeah, or as we go through this, yeah, give me another one.
Well, it's not even really a fact. It's just something stupid and fucking retarded. You remember Tiger King's Carol Baskin?
Mm-hmm.
And she was doing cameo videos, like birthday shout-outs and shit like that.
Yep.
She, a while back, recorded one for two birthday boys, two best friends, Rolf Harris and his best friend, Jimmy Savile.
What?
Someone done it as a joke, and she's that fucking dumb that she done a birthday shout out on Cameo to Jimmy Savile and Rolf Harris.
That's fucking hilarious. Here's one. If we can't get any stranger, here's a sexy photo for you, Aaron. I think you'll really enjoy this one.
Like,
wow,
like that dude is just so fucking weird.
I feel like he might, like Anton, I think you're right, where he's probably like on mass amounts of drugs too. And it probably, and like, I think this is an example of someone that literally has no empathy or care.
No, he's a hedonistic sociopath.
It's fucking crazy. So
in my doctor opinion,
it is claimed former Top of the Pops frontman. I can't say, I always got Top of the Pops. You got to say it like that. It is claimed that former Top of the Pops frontman Savile told her he was sexually assaulting the bodies, as well as something he simply dubbed gargamoosh. What do you guys think of that? He called it gargamoosh.
The fuck?
I got gamoosh the bodies. It's like, that's weird.
Is it the sound it makes?
Ew, that's gross. Aaron, you keep reading stuff. What are you thinking about over there?
I'm trying to
put on this dead body stuff.
Random fucking stuff about Jimmy Savile and dead bodies.
The Jimmy Savile Jim'll Fix It host also boasted about making jewelry from glass eyes that he removed from their bodies. That's like just plain old mean.
I mean, glass eye jewelry is cool, but not if you fucking take it off a corpse. Fresh off a corpse without their consent.
Fucking crazy. One witness told investigators she asked him about his gross big silver rings. He told her, do you know what they are? They're the glass eyes from dead bodies in the Leeds mortuary where I work. I love working there. I wheel the dead bodies around at night, and I love that. That's so crazy that he said that shit. Like, what the fuck, man? I love just wheeling around the dead bodies in my free time. It's just like something that just, man, nothing makes me happier.
This is the bit where it just kind of veers off me. Like, he definitely suffered from some sort of like fucking mental illness or some shit.
Yeah. Anton, can we get a joke after that one?
No, you criticize my jokes, you son of a bitch.
I can give you a cool little side story that's related to Jimmy Savile that I've never heard before. So this is a pretty cool headline. Savile pal perv rap. Parish councillor who invited Jimmy Savile to switch on his town's Christmas lights, jailed for grooming boys. So,
it's
a
crazy.
parish council chairman who invited Jimmy Savile to switch on his town's Christmas lights has been jailed for 5 years for grooming boys for sex. Heathcliff Bowen, aged 50, sent the invite to the pervert DJ in 2011. It would have been a hard time that the presenter had performed at the festive ceremony. Blah, blah, blah. So Bowen, so this dude, Heathcliff Bowen worked as an administrator for the Safeguarding Children Board in Bradford, West Yorkshire, but in his spare time spent hours online grooming underage boys, the court heard. He amassed a collection of indecent images of children, engaged youngsters in X-rated online chats, and regularly met up with a 15-year-old boy for sex. Private Tutor Bowen had a deep and entrenched interest in underage children.
Yeah, deep interest. I'm sure he did.
He was apparently privately really good friends with Jimmy Savile.
See, it's funny because I keep mentioning that this is strange that all these people run in packs. That's why I'm like that the people connected to the Jeffrey Epstein stuff should be very scrutinized in every way, because you can tell these people roll in packs and they all are connected and they're all trying to, have either a scapegoat or someone wash away all this shit. This is the creepiest picture I have by far. So fucked. Okay,
they already have the crack men.
You know what's mad though? Jimmy Savile can abuse and have sex with over 600 kids and get away with it for 80 something years, and I can't smoke a fucking joint in my own.
Yeah, I know, it's so true. Okay, welcome back after our short little intermission. Let's get back into the dead bodies and here's another Tom's thoughts from watching the doc. Tom's thoughts on the doc. He said on television that he's like, I've been on television for 100 years. I'm a rare breed. And that should point out to me of like, my cigar is falling apart. It's so sad. It's like literally
point out to me that my cigar is falling apart.
It's literally falling apart.
The sleeve
is probably so old, like months old, probably. But that's weird because he's like, to me, he is some sort of fucking reptile alien. I've been on like he's been influencing our minds for a long time. And I think that it's my favorite part is the ending of this, of all the deepest, darkest conspiracies that I could find about Savile. So get strapped in. And this is weird, is that he, every time supposedly that this, like when he would be accused or something would kind of come out into the light, or he would pay $200,000 most times to pay off some of these kids' families or the police, or to get away with this stuff. Supposedly that's what I heard.
Is there any amount of money that you could take to not do something about that?
$1 billion. All this fly
I
away
think it
to
would
another
be,
planet.
could you not just go, yeah, cool, Jimmy, thanks for the 200,000, and then just go and fucking stab him to that?
I don't know. Do you sign an NDA? Like,
yeah,
like,
I know.
It's a
like,
matter of
why
like
couldn't
morally
you
is
just,
one
like,
thing, but legally, like there has to be, right? Like he has to protect himself somehow. He's not just going to give you that much money and be like, now shut your fucking yap. But signing
or
an NDA
is it more
also
paying off the cops, right? Is it
paying off the courts, not the cops?
Yeah, or paying off the courts or having them not investigate it.
Lovely, Jimmy.
I think that's using your knighthood power. It's has to hold sway. Like you have to be able to call in favors to people that are high up enough to be like, you didn't see shit.
They try to investigate him and he like fucking slaps them with like a big glove and he's like, I'm a fucking knight. Like, shut the fuck up. Don't say anything. Or I'll pull out, he's got like a giant fucking sword.
I'm gonna tell the queen on you.
Yeah. Jimmy, you hear this like running, like this cling clang, cling clang, cling clang, cling clang. And then it's like Jimmy Savile in a fucking oversized knight costume. Like, did you fucking threaten my knighthood?
Swinging a flail. Just, ah!
yeah. What's that thing with the big fucking spikes on it?
Mace or a flail, depending.
Yeah. That's fun, right, Aaron?
I just seen here when you mentioned books earlier, Jimmy Savile books, and he had written a book years ago called "As It Happens," and
Is that like
there
his
was
version
parts
of
about
If
it.
I Did It?
Yeah. Yeah.
And like, I don't know whether they found like things that weren't put in the book or whatever, but Savile's sickening confession in his own memoir. I'd said that I would do the charity event if I could sleep in a tent with 6 girls. They arrived in matching miniskirts and white boots and looked good enough to eat.
That's fucking scary. That guy's a reptile. And what do you? I got a question. What do you think they're laughing about? What do you think that they're talking about? Prince Charles, and Jimmy Savile.
How fucking stupid everybody is, and away with. And he's wearing a fucking Superman,
He's wearing a Superman tuxedo,
which is pretty cool. To be fair, cool guy.
He is Superman. Get away with molestation in a single bound.
Wow.
Up and away, Jimmy. That's fucked. Sorry, I gotta make cracking jokes because
All right,
I'm
last
starting
pair
to lose my mind.
Sunglasses.
Starting to lose my mind a little bit down this dark hole.
Yeah, this is very.
We're not done yet. Another witness who was employed at the hospital said, "I do remember him seeing this ring he had on that looked like an eyeball, and I must have mentioned it to him, and he said it's made from the eyeball of my dead friend." Savile, who died at age 84 in 2011, openly talked about his interest in the dead during a media interviews over the years. He told one interviewer how he spent 5 days with his mother's corpse. Chairwoman of the independent investigation, Dr. Sue Proctor, confirmed that Savile had expressed an interest in the dead and said that he would take bodies to the morgue and carry out sex acts on them. And if you guys want to go back and have just a ball of laughs, go back and listen to me and Billy's episode about necrophilia, because that one is one for the books, they say.
Cracking open a cold one.
Yes, I had to make a couple of those jokes because there's people that legitimately are into this. And the thing is, because he preyed on people, he's a fucking parasite, and how he kind of like he like would go after people, right? The whole idea of like people that were helpless, that couldn't do anything, and protect themselves, people that couldn't even get out of a bed, you know. It's fucking crazy, and because he surrounded his environment and built his life up, literally built his entire life up to molest people. That was his like the goal in life.
Do you think that? Okay, so that's here. That for that, yeah. Question: was that the goal, or was that just something that he fell into? Like did he just start out being like, "I'm just going to do whatever I want," and then found out that's what
I feel
he
like
wanted to do?
I don't know, because he.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
feel like
Yeah. He's like, oh, get sexy with kids, cool.
Like, I don't necessarily think that could be somebody's goal to rise to that level. Like, I feel like.
Well, I was like, why was my hand so powdery? And I was like, oh, because I put the baby powder on my fucking face. It didn't even do anything. Because I wanted kind of look like a dead guy, but it didn't work. It's more
than baby powder.
Yeah, it is fucking weird, considering, like, I don't know. It just seemed like that was like he sucked the energy out of these people and kids, and that's what his focus was.
Literally
most of his life.
The energy.
What? Gosh, like what? Squeeze them, man. He's such a fucking scary, villainous predator. Like there is, and to me, it's just like predatory nature. Is that in the part of the brain that we call the reptilian brain? Your brain is a reptilian brain on top of a mammalian brain on top of a human brain. That's how our brains are formed. So there's that core of that predator instinct in people like Jimmy Savile, being maybe influenced and controlled through an ancient bloodline that linked back to ancient Samaria.
When are you getting your Jimmy Savile tattoo?
Ew, fucked up. It's like the Steve-O one where it's like
it's the whole back tattoo.
Surely somebody has a Jimmy Savile tattoo.
Are you looking it up? That's so fucked. So does it run in the family? This gets awfully weird. In April 1980, Johnny Savile, who worked at the Springfield as an entertainment officer. And what are you doing there, bro? You're an entertainment officer. My duty.
Hey, you over there. You got a permit for not being entertained?
Yeah. Are you not entertained? After he's like fucking licking buttholes and shit. In April 1980, yeah, Johnny Savile, he worked at this Springfield as an entertainment officer, a title uncannily similar to one of Jimmy Savile, awarded himself at Broadmoor and was sacked for gross misconduct. He had been on the job for 6 years. And here's Johnny Savile. He has mutton chops the size of my bush when I grow it out for a year. It looks like he has this fucking mass amount of pubes on his face.
Wolf.
He looks like a werewolf.
Yeah, no, 100%. I feel like he has more hair on him than Jack Nicholson did in the movie Wolf.
Aaron, can you grow out your sideburns like that? Have you ever done that? Is that a popular look in Ireland?
Yeah, I might do that actually.
I just knew a kid that did that, and it's like it looks so stupid, just pure mutton chops. And it's like, are you trying to look like somebody who dances at skinhead parties or what? So, 7 months later, at an industrial tribune, division of nursing tribunal. Sorry, God damn it. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Edible probably has kicked in. I don't know if I noticed or not.
Ass bitch. Why don't we?
Cringy ass bitch. I'm so cringy. But he was at this nursing officer outlined the allegations against Johnny Savile that he had sexually assaulted a female patient in his office. For some reason, I don't know why they keep giving these people offices. It's fucking so weird to me. And the nursing officer recounted how the 61-year-old had been larking about before lifting the patient's schmuck and fondling her stomach and breasts.
I'm sorry, did you say smock or schmuck?
Schmuck. This is weird. I think this is also him without the chops. Man, look at that weirdo in the background. What's he doing?
That face. Hey, over here. This guy's being fucking weird. Somebody come get him.
The women wrote to me to explain how in the summer of 1979, just a few months before the assault that cost Johnny Savile his job, she had been admitted to Springfield and that Johnny Savile had raped her in his office. It was another sickening twist on the hunt for truth about Jimmy Savile. I had set out many years ago hoping to discover what lay beneath the mask of the man who made himself more of a conspicuous than perhaps anyone in conspicuous. I don't know. That's a weird word. Yes, conspicuous. Sorry. Sometimes my brain is like it doesn't want to commute. So he was strange stuff going on, and then yet he had succeeded to remain in hiding in plain sight, much like Freemasons and stuff like that. He kind of stayed inconspicuous and kind of lurked around, and his brother did too, in the same way. Strange. Does it run in the family? Nothing could prepare me for the appalling reality of where it would lead and how revelations about Savile's own family would give me a grim insight into a making of a monster, despite the time that I spent with Savile and the fact that I consistently challenged him over the dark and persistent rumors that swirled around his unhealthy interest in young girls, dead bodies, and violence. I found nothing more solid than the conjecture while he was alive. That all changes on October 29th, 2011, when Savile's lifeless 84-year-old body was discovered in his flat in Leeds. That the grip he maintained around his own mythology was finally gone, because he created, that's why I said he created the story of his life in his own way, and built himself up in the way that he wanted people to view him. That's why he was a wizard. Wait, we're gonna get into more wizard stuff. What are you guys thinking? Huh? Is it around the family? Is that maybe his whole family was just a fucking pack of molesters?
Well, what, 2 out of 4? There were no other siblings, right? And, no Where the fuck was dad?
He had sisters and brothers, and they all supposedly have connections to some sort of shady shit. She told me how Johnny Savile used to run a weekly disco for patients at Springfield Hospital. It sounded like a carbon copy of the events that Jimmy Savile put as a smokescreen of his offending behavior at Broadmoor. The woman, who was 28 at the time, was from a privileged background and suffering a nervous breakdown. I always looked a lot younger than I was, she said. I was skinny and small, and maybe that's why Johnny came straight up to me. I think he got a buzz out of humiliating someone with a posh accent. He welcomed her warmly and offered her a seat on his couch that was opposite the door, which he turned around to lock behind him. He then dropped his trousers, pushed her on the couch, and raped her. I was too shocked to protest, she said. It felt like this was the price I had to pay for a bit of a human conversation. It seemed like what happened to the girls that approved school, Duncroft, where Jimmy Savile groomed girls and abused them. She was too ashamed to report the incident at the time. She was informed of the hospital authorities and the police in 1998, again in 1995. She says the hospital staff told her that Johnny Savile was forced to resign from Springfield to avoid the scandal after several other women complained about being molested by Jimmy Savile's brother, good old Johnny. And how deep this rabbit hole fucking really goes, because it seems like wherever they went, molestations were happening.
So it definitely runs in the family then, yes.
It's crazy.
Sick the load of them. Salt
Pretty
and burn the
cool
earth.
Aaron, do you have any thoughts on that?
Now 3.5 hours into this, I'm wondering why I let you talk me into all this.
Yeah,
why?
For
Why?
real.
Why?
No, that's what I'm wondering. Like, why did I allow you to talk me into dressing up as Jimmy Savile? And like,
You
you're trying to
said
push
it.
your
It was
obsession
you.
on me.
Don't fucking lie. You're lying through your teeth. I had this written down forever to cover this because I've heard about it through David Icke, and I thought it would be an interesting deep dive. Never thought we'd end up wanting to do 4 hours on this, but there's so much to cover.
This is the one you should have tried to get Ike for.
Yeah, oh yeah, that would have been crazy. I've been tempted to get David Icke. He has been very busy with his new book and stuff like that. So at least that's what his daughter said to me. So let's hope one day I can talk to the man, the myth, the legend, my hero, David Icke. All right, but
get him on the show.
So this was Aaron's idea. I wanted to do Savile, but you're the one that suggested fucking dressing up. This is not from my brain. This is not my brainchild.
No.
It's yours. Accept it. Accept responsibility.
I would never, ever, ever suggest something like that because it's gross. I just thought because you are so into Jimmy Savile and his career and his work
Can't
that
say anything now.
it would make you feel good to be able to dress up as your hero.
He still hasn't revealed where the tattoo is.
Yeah. You really want to see it? Just joking.
There is actually people as well who have Jimmy Savile tattoos.
Did you find him?
Why?
There's the first one that came up was a zombie Jimmy Savile.
Oh my God. All
Let's
right.
look this up.
Yes. Share the screen, please.
Jesus Christ. Remember, everybody, take nothing seriously, especially what Aaron says, because
Except for the fact that this was all Tom.
Oh, that's cool.
That's Kevin Spacey.
See, look, you just said pretty cool.
Yeah.
What's that second one? That one looks horrible.
And now then. Whoa. Who, like, at least two people have a tattoo of Jimmy Savile, at least that we can see on the internet.
Up top, no, right there. Yeah, that one.
That one's
Creepy.
also... Why would you even get that? I don't even understand why you'd even want a tattoo of that creepy fuck. I don't even get it.
Pretty much says "Don't fuck me."
Yeah, so fucking strange. Like, that's so fucking weird. This stuff is crazy because I always, we're about to go down the rabbit hole. Are you guys ready?
We're about to go down the rabbit hole. We're 3.5 hours in.
Ready? We're going deep. This is the conspiracy
No, I'm
part.
running out of oxygen here.
How much further does this go? Do we have parakeets or
Metropolitan Police Commander Peter Spindler said that Savile's crimes were vast and predatory and opportunistic, and he had effectively groomed the nation. Sounds good, but I would not personally trust the Met's investigation Operation U-Tree to pursue the full truth about Savile any more than I would trust him to pursue the school nativity. I think this isn't David Icke's words. Spindler added ludicrously that Savile used his celebrity to hide in plain sight. Oh, no, mate. They will not do. Savile got away with it for 54 years because he was protected by the highest levels of the pedophile, satanic-controlled British establishment from who they're procuring children from. Are you ready? Least we forget, disc jockey Jimmy Savile was a very close friend of the royal family, including Lord Louis, whoever that is, Prince Philip and Prince Charles from the 1960s until he died at age 84 in 2011. Do you know who Prince Louis or Lord Louis is? Anybody?
Never.
Lord Louis Mountbatten. Look at that name. It's a fucking strange name.
What do you
All right, you ready to dive down this fucking shit, motherfuckers?
Yeah, let's go down to pedophile.
Did you open the pedophiles?
Let's go down the yellow brick road into the deep darkness of all the conspiracies.
I'm running out of oxygen. Send the canaries. Methane.
Now a new front to emerging to expose the ring of sickening activities. The notorious Elm Street guest house in Rock Lane, Southwest London, also has connections to this, and that will be an episode on its own, so get ready for that. And there's going to be some more disturbing shit coming up because there is some crazy cases that we will be getting to on this podcast. I have been on the trail of the elite pedophile and the Satanism on both sides of the Atlantic for 2 decades, but I still shook my head at the same time. Recurring names, years after years, and location after location. Names emerging from sources seeking to expose what happened at Rock Lane have concluded Thatcher's cabinet minister, who has often come up in extraordinary testimony to the establishment's ability to cover up, and he is still at large, considering worthy of political influence, and considered a worthy of political influence, whatever that means. Another Elm name familiar is Anthony Blunt, who allegedly used the name Anthony Goldstein when he was visiting Rock Lakes. He's like, it's got to throw a Jewish name on there just in case.
That's the second one this episode.
Yep. Blunt was one of the most famous Cambridge 5 British intelligence insiders who spied for Russia. 4 of them were Blunt, Burgess, McLean, and Philby. That's a fucking... Hey, Aaron, do you know anyone named Philby? You creepy fuck. Give me the weirdest Irish name that I would be like, what the fuck?
The wig and the glasses, and you just chilling.
The weirdest Irish name. I don't know actually, because like a lot of them probably would be for you because you'll probably pronounce them completely different. Like what's his name from Peaky Blinders? Remember that?
Yeah, Cecilian Murphy.
Yeah.
Is that how you say his name? Oh, it's Killian. Oh yeah, you're
Killian.
Right. This is also strange because supposedly Lord Victor Rothschild was also a part of going to this Elm house, and there was actually more than 5 Rothschilds that were connected to this. And Blunt leads us once again to the royal family. What David Icke has said since 1988 about the pedophile child killing Prime Minister Ted Heath. Ted Heath is the one that was connected to Jimmy Savile. And supposedly there's an intelligence and national security consultant that also found the insides, the intermingling of all this stuff. And pretty crazy because that's the one I'm pretty sure that took on the boat and they killed killed kids and threw them overboard, according to David Icke. Prime Minister Ted Heath is backed up by Bardist Michael Shrimpton is his name, an intelligence and national security consultant from his own contacts inside the experience. Michael Shrimpton said that Prime Minister Heath was a pedophile who murdered his young boy victims or had others do it, often throwing them off into the sea after Heath had abused them on his yacht. The record-breaking pedophile and BBC star Jimmy Savile supplied boys for Heath, and many of them from the Jersey Children's Home, while with support of those who ran the home. So all these people were working together, most likely, because how does this stuff go to run rampant for this long? Huh?
He's a pretty swell guy.
The facts were covered up by Heath's cabinet secretary, John Hunt, Baron Hunt of Tansworth, who Shrimpton says also was a pedophile. Hunt was appointed by the Queen to be a companion, a knight commander, and a knight Grand Cross of the British Order of the Cavalry, known as the most honorable order of Baths, of which the Queen head and Prince Charles is the Grand Master. All these people are connected. They're connected to the popes. So also Savile was knighted by the Queen. Jimmy Savile was a close friend of Lord Louis or whatever the fuck's his name was. All these Prince Charles people, they didn't know. They didn't know. Is everyone having a laugh? British intelligence didn't know? Huh? Am I just going to talk for the last fucking 45 minutes?
I thought we established that they knew.
Yeah, okay. Thatcher's government and circle association's aides was alive with pedophiles, including Chester MP Peter Morrison, a side and aide of Thatcher in 1975 to 1990. So all these people were convicted or were notorious pedophiles, and was well known to colleagues in the media. Yet Thatcher and her cabinet and inner circle did nothing while he was abusing boys in North Wales, children's homes, and elsewhere. Everyone in that circle must know of this happening. Down the rabbit hole we go. Is Savile really dead? Is Savile really dead? Huh?
How dead is Jimmy Savile?
So, supposedly, there is allegations that can't be legally challenged because corpses can't sue for libel. Yes, he was 84 when he died, but he was also physically fit. He'd run marathons well into his 70s. Could his grave be empty? Could it be? However, this chap does not agree with the passionate ideas about the revolving Jimmy headstone. The elaborate tombstone was moved at midnight on Tuesday after Savile's family requested it to be taken away out of respect to the public opinion. Not on 7/22, not on 8/26, not on 9/18, not on 10/24, not on 11/07, on 11/53, but it was the fluke of midnight. Right on the stroke of midnight was it moved. I think we missed some sort of Masonic ritual in Scarborough in the middle of the news vortex. Wow, fucking energy vampires never stop, do they? Do they now?
They never do, really. Energy
Do they?
vampires are just kind of always doing the thing.
Fresh blood swabs could be taken of the grave scene. The headstone was broken and would be will not be in a landfill. It will be broken up. The sacred stones will be sent to every lodge in Jersey, England, Scotland, and Wales. So they're using supposedly his grave in some sort of ritual. Isn't that weird? Do you find that strange?
Strange brew.
You guys got nothing to say about all this conspiracy shit? Come on.
It's a bit of a reach, like, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it a reach?
I mean,
is it a reach?
What are we? It's a cool story.
Do you not think that he is a wizard? Look at all these fucking occultist hand symbols. Huh? Come on.
That's cool. I didn't know that's the one you have above your bed, right?
Look at the butthole picture. That's weird.
Tom has that framed above his bed.
Oh man, he is a fucking wizard. Look at that. Look at the fucking. I'll give you some examples. Okay, you want to know why I think he's a wizard?
He is Ric Flair.
You want to know why I think he's a wizard?
Because of that picture where he has lightning coming out of his hands.
Born on Halloween.
Yo, for real though, would wear that robe. I kind of like that.
What? I could see you wearing that.
I
robe.
would wear that robe. You
It's
can make
the color
it into a
of
cool
lizard
costume.
skin.
No, like get like a weird like deer mask and like some fucking like moss and shit. You can make that real cool.
We're almost down the rabbit hole, people. We're very close to the ending of this long, extremely deep dive into Jimmy Savile.
We're just about to get into the episode.
Yeah, it's actually going to be.
Kill me now.
I'm
the walrus from fucking Reddit. Did we call the police?
In retrospect, we probably should have done 2 parts, but it's too late. We're here now, and I hope everyone is still inside of our deep rabbit hole. See, I can do this. I can do this for hours on end, but my butt will eventually get hard and my
Release the voice conversation.
When I stand up in the intermission to pee, my fucking legs hurt.
I know I'm gonna need a wheelchair to get out here.
Yeah, and then you're gonna get molested by Jimmy Savile because according to some people on the internet, he is still alive, and they actually used his gravestone for some sort of ritual. Isn't that fun?
Let me get 4 edibles, 2 joints, and 1 beer in this episode. Okay.
Is that what did you have a beer? I should have fucking got a drink.
Yeah, I'm about to get up and get another one.
There's a lot of weird stuff on his headstone too, of some of the quotes and shit like that.
Okay, when was he buried, and when was it like public knowledge? Did they put this thing up
people are
after
leaving
he
flowers
was
for
like, who the fuck is leaving flowers for Jimmy Savile?
Why was his grave fucking tilted at a 45-degree angle? That's a Freemasonic thing.
Because he yeah, that is weird. Why
we'll get into that in a second.
Actually, or did the rope snap and thankfully like he got another extra fucking just like fuck you before he went in the ground?
So we're gonna end this on the deepest, darkest conspiracies, and I want to really get into to the wizard aspect of it. So he was the seventh son in ancient folklore.
If these are like reptilian Satanists, why are there crucifixes on the tombstone and the coffin?
Because they're mocking Christ. That's why. They mock Christ.
Is
or
that how
Christ,
that works?
or conspiracy. Boom, boom, boom. Jesus Christ was part of the satanic cabal. Not my opinion, just a thought. So in ancient times, the seventh son, like ancient folklore, is believed to be born with powers. People he worked with thought he was a witch. Yeah, let's hear that.
Now then, nobody but nobody ever did 8 hours down a pit and came back as immaculate as the set-off with white shirt and everything like that. They were quite convinced that I was a witch. If you go to South Kirby now, you'll get some of the old miners when you say, Jimmy Savile's done well, hasn't he? Ah, and he'll look around and he'll say, he's not what you think you know. The forces of darkness are at work there.
What a creepy guy in general, the way he like leans over in his like creepy ass fucking face, and it's like they said I was a witch, they say, you know.
He does seem to just be openly flaunting it in every interview he's ever in. He's just like
hiding in plain sight, almost like reverse psychology, like Aaron was talking about when he actually was piping up in this episode. Just kidding. That you were essentially like that. Essentially, he was kind of like putting it right out in the open, and almost why is he always joking about this? He's definitely not, like, I don't know. It's the way he did that is strange.
But like it obviously worked to a degree. Yeah. I'm not saying that like obviously people didn't know or anything. I get this wrong every time. We need to get your face into the.
It's get your face.
I can't.
This is like a social media. Oh wait.
Wait, oh yeah, hang on.
Wait, yeah. wait. We're gonna this is gonna be the fucking clip.
Wait, hang on. Wait, move my hands. Other way. No, wait.
How do I? Yeah.
Good enough. That's fuck. That will be the fucking man. That's gonna be the screen clip. Yeah, let's hope not. I gotta fucking have to make sure. So let's get back into Jimmy Savile as a wizard. So he was born he was the seventh son, which in ancient folklore means they have magical powers. People worked with him, thought he was a witch, he even talks about it openly, kind of flaunting it. He influenced people wherever he went, everywhere, from like the common people to the British, the royal family, celebrities, rock stars. He had a sway over people, like he was hypnotizing them. Savile talked in an article about how he learned to hypnotize girls. He literally said that in an article. Aaron, you can learn it too if you want.
Pretty cool guy. Is that the thing you said you were studying?
Yeah, my whole library is full of books on how to hypnotize people.
Well, you did send us like in the group chat all of that stack of books that you had on hypnotism and mass hypnotism and crowd work and how to start a cult.
I already started my cult. Yeah, Aaron's part of it. I made Aaron the cult leader in that wig. He used symbols and he used magic symbols and phrases. Jingle jangle is a magic phrase because it's like yin and yang, and you jingle jangle, and you can say weird shit like that. And then obviously, and now then, it's like past and present or whatever like that. And the way you phrase words to kind of sway people away from kind of figuring you out, kind of thing. Strange. Very strange. His cloak had an 11-point star connected to Crowley and Thelema. Huh? What do you think about that?
The notoriously anti-child abuse organization.
Oh, fucking shut up. I believe that Crowley touched kids' buttholes.
I think it was pretty apparent that he didn't, but
I don't trust him. I don't trust what stories are about him.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure we would know, like outright, because like even Thelamus don't like him now, so we would know for sure.
He wrote a fucking poem called "White Stains."
Yeah, it's about cum. What's wrong with enjoying cum, Tom?
You really don't think that Crowley had an influence over Jimmy Savile in this culture, and you know you don't think that you think Crowley was a great guy, do you now?
I know. I think you're overestimating Crowley's stance on things. I think Crowley was a rich, spoiled cunt that did whatever the hell he wanted, much in the same way that Jimmy Savile was a poor little cunt that did whatever the hell he wanted.
You heard it straight from the horse's mouth. Anton loves Crowley. Would you let him break your mind with his butt?
I don't top.
Oh yeah, I guess because he just power bombed the shit out of that dude until his fucking brain just broke and he fucking hemorrhaged on the ground.
I aim to have those abilities one day to break men with my ass. Yeah.
So obviously the Beatles connection and obviously music being able to sway people and brainwash them, the hand symbols they would use like the owl and the one eye and all the weird shit like that. He had, and guess what he had? You know what his fucking cigar was? Do you know? It was a fucking wand. Every good wizard needs a wand. And
preferably Cuban and rolled, very well.
You will show me your butthole. You will show me your butthole. He had a crystal ball. He called his bed the altar. He had a wand, as a cigar is a wand, which it's conceivable. And he had a wishbone necklace, which is also a part of occult symbols. Huh? What you gotta say about that?
It's also a part of gambling symbols because it's a luck symbol.
What do you think? Do you think he was a wizard? Think about this. In
I don't
the
know.
2012,
I think it's possible. I think he very well could have been into occult shit, but we don't, have any.
In 2012, the Olympics, the ceremony, where that's the weirdest stuff where I want to do an episode or a live show about this, is the whole thing surrounding the 2012 Olympics and like how they had like child catchers with nets like they're from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang in the ceremony.
What?
Yes, you can look this up. I saw the video footage of this. And the same one that they had all the children in the hospital beds and they had the Voldemort like character. You guys remember that? You guys don't remember that?
To be fair, I don't really watch the Olympics, so I don't know.
David Icke went like super deep on this stuff at the time. And I was in 2012. I remember reading up on this.
That's why I don't know.
See, you can, if you look at the imagery in the 2012 Olympics, you can see because I even tried, and now they kind of are censoring it. But they had like all these child catcher. Let me see if I can bring it up. Because it's fucking so weird. 2012 Olympic. Yeah, there's so much occult shit. The Illuminati symbol. Here, let's bring it up. This whole thing, which is as a point to something that I can't say or I'll be taken off. All the Illuminati imagery. Look at that shit.
I don't see any.
You don't see all those triangles and looking like the all-seeing eye. Look at this shit. That's a little strange. I don't know if it'll even show it, but like there's children hospital. I don't fuck. I'm just gonna type it and let it fucking do its thing. All these, you never saw this footage from the Olympics. You've never seen this. It's funny how it's not showing up a lot of you can find video footage of like, there's all these nurses and people claim that it's connected to COVID and stuff too. London of all Olympic. These children in hospital beds.
Yeah. Look up London Olympic.
Look at
2012. Yeah.
Isn't that fucking weird? And there's literally a part where there's like a Voldemort looking character. Like they maybe resembles like it's like death. I can't believe I can't. It's probably because it's Google.
YouTube
actually.
Probably has it.
You know what's crazy? Because there's Google censoring.
DuckDuckGo's always better. Yeah.
Google's censoring a bunch of shit in Canada because of Trudeau's bill, and then he complained about it. I don't know, Occult. See if that comes up with something.
Occult.
A cucked.
You typed a cucked.
There's all this weird imagery and
try
stuff.
and find it without a side-by-side comparison. That's biasing.
No, there is.
It is. That is the definition of biasing. If you put it side by side with something,
is that the deaf character?
Look
at this shit.
Automatically going to.
What is that, man? Why do they have this? Why did they do this in the Olympics? Man, they had like all these hospital beds being rushed around, and then they had like literally. I saw the video footage of the people with like nets, and they look like the child catcher, the fucking creepy dude from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and then they had like this death character come out with a fucking wand, like Voldemort, and people think like there's all these occult symbolisms in the Olympics. I want to do a big live talk about it and find all the footage and videos and stuff like that from it, because it's fucking weird. It's funny. I won't even bring up. It doesn't want to bring up
an opening ceremony.
Is it the open? I don't think it was the open ceremony. The open ceremony was very Freemason. There is Masonic, because there's a bunch of dudes with like tall hats and Abraham Lincoln coats, and it's fucking weird. It's weird how it is not really showing up any of the.
Type in weird 2012 Olympics.
Can someone explain to me why the occult wardrobe, at least in the conspiracy world, is stuck in like the Victorian era?
What do you mean? That's just weird.
You're just saying. You're like people in like Abraham Lincoln coats and top hats and shit. It's like that's what everybody assumes.
It's a Masonic symbol.
Like. No, the Masonic symbol is the fucking apron.
It's also the hand hiding and shit like that, which it just I can't
also
believe you guys
a common
have never...
thing. How often do you not play? Like, do you not have any coach where you can just put your hand in there?
So weird. Did you guys never see any like that's so strange to me, because I thought it was fucking weird.
Strange to me that it's not coming up.
It is all this stuff. No, it's weird. It's been censored. I've looked for this recently on Google, because Google's taken all the imagery off. But when I'm watching this doc
switch over to me there for a sec.
I've seen the word Christ and Lucifer at least a half dozen times so far since you've scrolled down.
Oh yeah, of course. Fucking. There is whatever. The people that actually know when we saw this shit will understand.
Was that a graph that just said pointy things towards the sky? God get angry.
Yeah.
It was like Eiffel Tower. Like, okay. Cool.
Yes, Aaron.
No, I mean like my share screen.
Oh.
A bit strange. Why would I just on screen?
Okay, there you go. There, and then all-seeing eye creatures. Like that shit is fucking really weird to me. Look at that fucking Voldemort looking fuck.
No, that is strange. I'm not saying it's not strange, but like,
and there's conspiracies into like
and the Mary Poppins.
It's
like,
really weird. They essentially, people claim it's this huge occult ritual, and that they have like children in hospital beds.
What is the name of the ritual? Like, why do we not know that?
Why would we know the inner secrets of the cabal?
What are you talking
and like,
about?
look at that weird shit. And just saying, for the Olympics, I think that's about sports and athletes being great at what they do. And you have these weird things of these children plagued by this. It looks like it's supposed to be there's a cult almost into the sickness of like these children being sick. And then this picture, or this essentially like this death character comes in and like over the children, and people think that they were showing us an occult ritual of what was coming with COVID, and they were telling us what they were doing out in the open, because according to people like David Wilcock, in the part of the karmatic world, in the universe of how these dimensions work, the people that are evil, that are organizing and orchestrating all this stuff, it actually has to you have to give your consent, and silence is your consent to allowing them to do these horrible things to the human population.
Okay, who choreographed the Olympic ceremony? Let's start there. We'll do that on a live show. I have to get through some of this other stuff, but there's connections to him being born the 7th son of Halloween, and it's like Rosemary's Baby. Did a cabal of people birth some sort of demon when Jimmy Savile was born? Was it a huge ritual on Halloween, the day of death and the rebirth of like the things dying around? The Sam Hain. Do you guys think he was a wizard before we get to the ending of this? I think Sam Hain sucks compared to the Misfits.
Nah, I don't think he was a wizard.
You don't think he had sway over people, and that his wand? Why did he have a cigar, huh? Did he really like the taste of cigars?
It was usually lit, so yeah, probably.
Here's the real question. Do you think he had a sexy big wand?
No, I do not think so. I think it was like a lizard thing. It like came out. fucking like the
Like
mouth in the
I
Alien.
reckon it was
that.
like a stubbed out cigarette.
Ew.
Yeah.
You heard that? You heard that? Did you talk to some of the? Who'd you talk to hear that? Huh? You down at your local bar?
I seen it.
Taints it.
So there's obviously supposed to be magical rituals at the witching hour. Luckily, and maybe they got in before the clocks changed. When essentially at midnight when they did steal his grave, supposedly these Masonic bastards and their naming of names of those slave masters who just love a piece of sacred stone sat on their mantle. Look out for it on your next X Factor when the contestants get invited to the judges' houses for sandwich and Simon Cowell. Maybe he'll have the Grand Slab just sitting on his mantle because he supposedly is magical in his own right and has magical energy. Is that weird? Back to fucking Simon Cowell, which is strange. If not dismantled, I bet his bones would be dug up and used for rituals. Half a teaspoon of crushed Jimmy Savile pelvis will get you an erection that will last 1,000 years.
What the fuck?
I found this on some fucking barren weird 90s
Yeah,
site.
where was the background black and the text green?
Yeah, it was like that, and it got very it did get very anti-Semitic at points.
Of course it did.
It definitely did.
Of course it did.
Of course, Sir Jimmel was famously buried at a 45-degree angle, supposedly so he could look at the sea. Although that's pretty suspicious, seeing one, he was buried under the fucking ground in a coffin, and two, he was dead. So
yeah,
why?
Checkmate, atheists. Fucking Earth is flat and punching dicks and whatnot.
I know
estate
estate agents take liberties with the phrase sea view, but you'd be pretty livid if they murdered you, stuck you 6 feet down, then asked you, are you enjoying the beautiful ocean? So what's the deal? Why did they bury him like that? Savile, Savile, like he's evil, telling us in plain sight that he was a 45th degree Mason, because it doesn't stop at 33. It keeps going. And above those, and then there's another so many degrees in the reptilian order. I told you, it's going to get deep.
Deep in the reptilian order, brother.
Access to all these areas, not only access to the morgue as a porter who would most likely access some records and files to see what patients and were in what wards and who is new to the children's ward and what they were medicated on. In short, is the perfect position for a fucking vampire to feed off the sick and vulnerable. The sexual energies of virgins must have somewhat played a part of why he did this. Sexual energy vampires, these individuals feed on energy obviously during sexual intercourse, and that's fucking fun. So any other sexual activity or influence, they're often referred to as prantic vampires, which I've never heard. Do you guys think he was a vampire?
What's a prantic vampire?
I don't know. Look it up. I don't know. That's what they called it.
Not look it up.
It's this notes I found from that deep fucking weird website that I found.
Where does it get anti-Semitic?
There was
did we pass the point already, or has it?
Yeah, we passed the point. Prantic.
Is that the opening
vampire.
line? Is it just like, here, listen, this is why
it just connects to like the Rothschilds and all that stuff, like it does. So essentially, it's a psychic vampire. That word means like psychic, I guess, because as soon as I run a prantic vampire, psychic vampire, because he was feeding off all these energies, as I mentioned at the beginning. I get there's maybe a link with the Savile family crest and the city of Leeds crest, but I sense people are saying there's something sinister about the owl per se. What's the story with the owls? Google Bohemian Grove in Moloch. Huh? It literally says dun dun dun. Now the American elite are involved. We're on to you, Bush. We're on to you. Aaron, what's your thoughts? We're literally at the end of this. Can you give me some ideas, thoughts? What's going through your head?
This is all like on way far away from where I thought Jimmy Savile was, to be honest.
Really? You didn't think that he was a psychic vampire?
Not really. This sounds very David Icke-esque.
It definitely is. But you think why does his family crest have can you explain that? Aaron, do you believe that psychic vampires exist? Because they definitely do. You don't believe that, okay, people feed off of energies. You don't believe that. You don't believe that is even people, you don't even like people that exist. as a whole. Like if you think about, when a boyfriend,
there are psychic vampires in that there are toxic people who will drain other people for their own life energy. Yes, but it's not a.
Yeah. Don't worry about your card, Aaron, because I'll just take all this from fucking StreamYard.
No, I just wanted to let you know if there's an issue with my file. That's what it is.
Okay, it's fine. I can get it from here, and I can get it from mine. So.
But looking extra fancy with that wig.
Okay, have you ever not?
John popped in and said, "Hey."
Have you ever not felt like someone was taking your energy in? Have you never felt that where like somebody
all the time? I was probably that fucking person. I used to refer to
Yeah.
myself as Mr. Negative from fucking Marvel.
Yeah. So you agree, right? In the potential of actual real
like,
reality.
I feel like when you put it in those like David Icke terms, like I like David Icke in a lot of ways, but I'm reading his, I can't remember the book at the minute. It's all about 9/11 and the whole lead up to all that
the
shit.
new one. I listened to his London Real on that, and it was fascinating. To say the least.
But I do find that sometimes the way he like portrays his terms makes the things sound maybe a little bit more literal than he means.
Yeah, I agree.
There's times he says things like, like you're saying there about like about vampires, and people are picking it up like he means like actual like
yeah
elongated heads and like fangs and stuff, and you're like okay,
versus being like just a term for a predatory person on society.
Yeah, I agree with that he maybe and that's why if you see like if people don't know who David Icke is, like I feel like all the stuff on London Real and how he's portraying stuff of kind of shying a little bit away. He'll add in the reptilian thing like quickly sometimes, but he kind of distanced himself away from that. So to wrap things up, there's only one conclusion one can draw from this top quality research. TV's Jimmy Savile is an immortal energy vampire who has been active since the beginning of time under definitely different names. He maybe was Vlad the Impaler to the Knights Templar. Sometime in the 60s, he was summoned to our time in a ceremony by Mick Jagger and the Beatles using the archaic satanic wisdom of Aleister Crowley, from where he procured children for the elite via the Leeds Hell Mouth, which acted as an energy portal for Masonic vampires to enslave the world. It is pretty obvious when you look at the facts.
As an operative of the Illuminati, Tom, I must now kill you.
But don't sit back and let them get away with this. Let's bust this thing wide open, alert the media, or the Masons will win. My own personal theory is that they tore his headstone down because someone got wind of Jimmy's chosen inscription. Death is but a door. Time is a window. I'll be back. I was supposed to be on his gravestone.
No, it was not.
Death is a door and time is but a window. I'll be back.
That is the line from Ghostbusters 2.
Is it actually?
Yes.
No way. Did they use that occult symbolism from Jimmy Savile?
Sick.
Come on, it's the best parts, man.
Fake
Diving
news.
into the fun conspiracies. It's not popping up, but the Vlad the Impaler thing did actually, which is weird. Look at this.
Oh my god!
I put the death is but a door and time is but a window. I'll be back, Jimmy Savile, and look, a Tupac.
All you got were pictures of Jimmy Savile. Oh, look, there's Preacher.
Weird, strange.
Is that Eric Clapton?
Why is there so many?
Milli Vanilli. What's
What? Wait, why is there so many links to what's his name? To fucking Simon Cowell. Why is there so many links?
That's a connection that I could definitely buy into.
Look at this shit. It's sickening. They need to the root of cause. This might be the site. I don't know if I. Oh, this is the site. This is the site I took some of this information from.
Expose these Masonic bastards. Brought to you by the Knights of Columbus.
Is that what it said?
I don't fucking know.
I know someone in that order.
What is the name of this website?
FranticPlanet.wordpress.com. Fucking crazy. This is where I got some of the info.
This piece is entitled Jimmy Savile and David Icke. All the pieces matter.
And it goes pretty deep. Like there's some there's the sexual energy shit, and this is the site where it got a little Jewy.
Haven't you been listening to a lot of Alex Jones? Why don't you read some of this in your best Alex Jones voice?
Okay, let me find a good one. I think that Alex Jones. Fuck, it is. I can't. I don't know if I can get it. I can't. I think.
I'm sure you've read the transcript of Peter Sutcliffe's trial. Forgive me for backtracking, but something really makes my blood run cold.
There you go. See, look it. So it's in there. And there's a lot of weird stuff, like a screenshot from 1977 at Top of the Pops. Anyone could have a clue of the representation by the chief tadpole scarf or whatever is draped over his shoulder. Aren't tadpoles cannibalistic? Huh? All right.
My.
Jimmy Savile, what do you think?
We did it. Woo!
We got through all of it. Yeah.
Now we never have to think about this cunt again.
This has been in my brain for like so long of all the research and like we were like debating when to do it and all that stuff. And it was a deep dive. I don't know if I should maybe listen to Anton next time and do a 2-parter.
No, Anton doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I just wanted to like do it all in one and kind of get it out of my head and do a big discussion about this monster. But you guys got any final thoughts? Aaron, you have anything to add?
I still don't see it. Why you love Jimmy Savile so much?
Oh my God. Are you going to slander my fucking name on every episode that we do? Is that your...
It's wild to me though. I done all this for you because, you are a really good friend of mine and, I've got a lot of love for you, but I still don't see, why you love Jimmy Savile so much.
Aaron, Tom doesn't want to accept that this is an intervention on his behalf for his own good from people that care about him.
I'm glad that I never have to look at this guy or talk about him again because he is a creepy fuck. I'm denying everything and all allegations against me.
That's exactly what Jimmy Savile would say.
Hey,
I hate children. Don't like them. Think they're disgusting. Any final thoughts other than slandering my fucking precious character?
No, I mean, like
that's the one that he has above his bed.
That's so scary, like frightening.
I think for years to come, there's probably going to be more and more like
connections and shit.
Yeah, I really do think. I don't think that and to say like 600 or 700 people is like a lot. Yeah, it is, and it's fucking crazy and insane. But I feel like that's probably not even the tip of the iceberg, really.
Yeah. And I do think that like who knows what's going to happen in the future. It seems fairly scary at this point, going into World War III or whatever's happening. But like it is, all this stuff it's crazy how it's so interconnected. And now with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, it's like the investigation into that should be huge. That should be a fucking massive thing. And nobody's doing anything about it. And now it's obviously, we don't know. Obviously, there's people like Elon Musk that we don't know if he's good or bad. Is he a disinformation agent? Is he the Antichrist? But like him releasing the Twitter files when we know that the FBI essentially is in bed with the government, which most people should have known, and that they're tied in and helping them erase certain things that certain people are doing.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, final thoughts. This is the crazy episode. If you've made it this far, we applaud you. Give yourself a pat on the back. I hope this wasn't too.
You have got the banana stick.
Yes, you are. I don't know.
You are a loyal Jimmy Savile supporter.
Don't say that.
Yeah, you're a sick fuck who needs to get checked out. Is what you are.
This was a crazy deep dive, and in retrospect, who knows if doing over 4 hours of this shit was a great idea. I just wanted to see if we could achieve the unachievable and sit here for 4 hours talking about one of the most mass molester, pedophile, creepazoids in the existence of the modern day world. And he is probably by far the creepiest person I've ever talked about, seen, looked at, had to research. And many more will come, but I don't know if any will be able to reach the high ranks of mass molester, super villain Jimmy Savile.
I can't wait to take clips of you talking there at the end and like where you're saying like horrible and sick and disgusting and all, and put like the fucking what is it, the Microsoft Sam like sexy every time you say anything about him.
Oh fuck. This is so
I'm gonna see that shit at the end of my bed tonight.
Yeah.
For real.
And look what he's doing, Anton. Who does that pose? I wonder.
Anybody who's putting their fucking hands to the side of their face.
Crowley. Huh?
No.
Huh?
No.
Huh?
This is the Crowley pose.
He's still doing part of it.
No, he's not. He's doing this.
It's a symbol. It's oh man. You gotta accept that your Lord and Savior Aleister Crowley is a hedonist pedo.
I wouldn't say he's a pedo.
What do you think, Aaron? Do you like
He's
Crowley
not a
on this
pedo,
one?
he's a pedo.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck
Aaron, do
called
you
over
think
there.
Aleister Crowley is a good guy that should be
Whoa,
held around in a
no,
woman to parade about him?
motherfucker, you don't move the goalposts like that. You are trying to claim pedo. You don't just switch it over and be like, you think he's a good guy? Huh? No. Aaron, do you think Aleister Crowley was engaged in pedophilic acts?
Well, I tell you something really cool. And I actually we're gonna wait for the reaction here. I know probably that much about Aleister Crowley.
That's totally cool. He's
Really?
a fucking stupid old rich cunt.
All
I
right.
know
Well,
way too much
when
about.
we do our big deep dive, our 5-hour deep dive in Aleister Crowley live, we'll see how we'll dive deep down that rabbit hole. That's got to be Anton. Like me and Billy covered it, but I feel like it would be justice to have a 2-parter about him, or at least do a live show or just a big open discussion about him, because I will dive into it and really find out if he's part of the cabal. Okay.
If you want to do a two-parter on him, we can do early life and mountaineering, and then we can go into magical and then eventual death by drug addiction.
Yeah. And then good old Jack Parsons and all that fun stuff.
Parsons,
I don't know.
We already did. We can loosely touch on it, but there isn't much more.
Yeah, we'll see, because we'll have to dive somewhere down that dark hole eventually. But for everyone that tuned in and that watched this entire long expose of a fucking mass murdering, probably serial killer, pedophilic reptilian monster.
I do buy serial killer. I feel like he definitely him and Peter Sutcliffe were killing a handful of people. Yeah. The body is in his fucking backyard.
Yeah. There's some really weird shit about this. This picture, fucking some of the pictures, I'm like, wow, this guy is one of, I would say, especially with the haircut and stuff. Like I don't know if he just had like a normal haircut, he'd still look creepy, but not as creepy as with the weird hairstyles he's done. He's definitely a character, and that's hence why we kind of dressed up like him to mock this weird fucking child predator in all regards. Who knows if it was a great idea, but we did it anyway. And any final thoughts? What do you think? Are we like so yeah, Aaron does you're fucking creepy. It's weird slack jawed. So where do we find everybody? We appreciate you guys. Obviously, give us a 5-star rate and review. If you didn't like this episode for some reason and thought it was too offensive, go fuck yourself. Because Jimmy will fix you right up. We will summon him and send him to your house.
No, you know what? I'm not shouting out any of my socials on this. I don't want to profit off this episode one bit. Fuck.
You can find Aaron at www.ilovejimmysavile.com.
Oh my God.
JimmySavile.com. I'm not going to promote any of mine either, but if you got offended by this, go and donate to a children's hospital or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, are you trying to encourage it now? Donating to a children's hospital, Aaron? You believe? You believe children's hospitals help children? How dare you?
They keep them sick by the cabal.
The reptiles eat the children in the hospital.
Cycling in and out of the sex trafficking trade.
Don't donate to a children's hospital. Fuck kids. No, don't.
That kind of went. That kind of went perfectly. But you gotta. Man. All right, everybody love everybody. Give us a 5-star rate and review. Obviously, this is one of the deep, darker episodes that we've ever done. My brain feels like it's melted sitting here for almost 4.5 hours discussing this. But we love the fans that understand what we're doing, and we're just 4 goofy guys with all different opinions, trying to make fun content for people that is interesting, but also not
we hope
really
you like
caring about the bubble that people live in.
we hope you like it, and obviously, content warnings and what have you notwithstanding, it's fucked up humor. It isn't for everybody. We laugh to get through the shitty aspects of being human on planet Earth.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And
Aaron,
it's always making fun of the assholes. Never the
any
victims.
final statements to the fans of the show? Aaron's signature for all the audio listeners is always just thumbs up.
We get it. You're a fucking Siskel and Ebert fan, all right? Settle down.
And because Aaron lurks in the chat all the time, everyone call him the creeper, the lurker.
Creeper.
All right. Au revoir. Kissy kissy.
Wiedersehen.